Hello, everybody. Welcome to Inspired by Mystery podcast. I am your host, Sammy Soros, and this is our fantastic mod and my wonderful friend and very talented individual, Roxy Gunn. Everybody give it up for Roxy Gunn. The crowd goes wild. Oh my God. We've got a real live rock star here today. No, you guys all do. We got Joe and we got Steve and we got a couple other folks in there. Welcome everybody. Yes. I think we have some of your homies in here too. Looks like we got Perky hiding back there. We got a couple people. It is so nice to have all of you guys. Today. Oh, sweet. Hi, Dad. That's awesome. Cool. Yeah, Crimson Riot drummer. There he is. What's up, buddy? So it all falls on Dusty. Dusty's got it. He's got the hammer of doom right now. Hey, Acoustic, thank you so much for following. Welcome. Cool. So yeah, me and Roxy are good homies. I am the mod on Roxy Gunn Project's channel. She is the mod on this here Inspired by Mystery podcast. And we're just going to have an open chat. We're just going to chit chat. We're just going to have a fun time tonight. We have so much to talk about all the time. Me and Roxy talk for an average of like 5 hours whenever we have phone or video chats. That's like the average, I think, is about 5. So tonight we don't need to go 5. That's a quick chat. But you know what? Oh shit. I can hear you good, but I don't know why others cannot hear you good. It's muted on my end. Hold up. How could I have you muted? That would be very strange. Hold on, we're gonna figure this. Oh, hold on. How about now? I think I might have dropped the ball on that one. Can you guys? Okay, so somebody in the chat. Can you hear anybody? Yep, good. Okay, I greatly apologize. There was one more little mute setting that was all the way at the bottom of the list, and that was my bad. So I hope you guys can read lips. Oh, it says no, very little. That's weird. I don't know. Oh, they still can't hear. Okay. No, you're up. No, I bet Dusty's running downstairs any moment though. Okay, Joe, you can hear a little bit though. Steve can hear a little bit. Very, very. I know. Dark support. He's coming. Okay, good. Thank you, everybody. Please hold. Please hold. Yeah. So that's unmuted.
Which one did you unmute?
The Stream Elements 2 streams.
Really?
Yeah. Weird. I wonder why it would be quiet. Yeah, you sound great to me. I could hear the shit out of her, so I could just reiterate what she's saying the entire time. We could do interpretive dancing in the background where we could interpretive dance what she's talking about. Basically, we're hearing from your headphones. Oh, weird.
How strange.
Oh, I can hear my echo in your...
Does that sound better?
Yeah, Chris is standing next to me.
Oh, okay.
On the stream.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, yeah, we're working it together. We got this.
I'm like, should I wear headphones? Because I know there's a microphone on the
I think
iPhone earbuds, right?
Yeah, does that sound better in chat?
Yeah, does anybody in chat?
I might have to restart it. I figured out the problem, but I think we might have to just restart OBS real fast.
Okay.
Oh, you're louder.
Now?
It's better? Yeah.
Now we hear Roxy. Okay, cool.
Yeah, good. Okay, we got it. You know, with
Thank goodness, because we really, like, y'all don't understand. We really prided ourselves in getting the video to work.
backstory on that. So we've tried to do video calls many times in Messenger, and for some reason there's this weird video error that comes up where we could hear each other, but I can't see her face. So we had to not do Facebook Messenger, and we had to start doing Discord. But with Discord, we can't stream with Discord with headphones in for some reason. It's very weird. I don't know what the deal is with that. So we figured out the fucking video problem. Then of course we have an audio thing, but we got it. We got it. We figured it out. I'm so glad. So thank you guys all for your increasing patience with us.
Yes, thank you very much.
But as we were saying before, is that like we can chat for a million hours, and we always have so many interesting things to talk about. We go down like so many different rabbit holes. We have a lot of things in common, and we have so many similar interests that like we never know where the conversation is going to start. It just starts with like, hey, what's up? How's it going? And then we end up talking about like aliens and like dead people and crime.
And crime.
Crime. It usually comes back to crime at one point or another. So yeah, so we figured, you know what, we're just gonna do a fun open chat tonight where we're just gonna talk about some random shit. We have a couple topics that we really do want to hit on, but we figured too, hey, we'll just hang out with chat because we always get to hang out with you guys, but now you get to have Roxy here. It's great. It's gonna be fun. So yeah, so it's pretty awesome. And big thank you to Chris from the Roxy Gunn Project for helping to facilitate this technology. Dude, let's just seriously shout out to Dusty Rockets and Chris Reject for keeping our shit together, because are not good at technology. We have no idea what the fuck is going on. Ever.
I love Dusty's thing. I don't think these girls have ever gotten the video or audio working correctly on any video chat they've ever done. That is so true.
It's true.
It's so stupid because like we get it right one time, and then for some reason the following, like the very next time, is like a mess.
I know. We're like, oh no, we did it last time. It's great. Remember, we did a group chat with Justin one time, and Justin like restarted his computer and did all this shit, and I had Discord muted for some reason. It auto muted, and I don't know why. It's just like a nightmare. Honestly, technology's really, it's hard. It's really hard, especially if you don't have the mind for it. If you don't know, like it just makes it really challenging. Because something as simple as just like, oh, just hit this button, and now you can hear. Like, how am I supposed to know what that button is? I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Or the one time that the audio was trying to come out of your microphone.
Yes.
It was like hooked up to the wrong thing or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Yes, it was the output. The audio output somehow defaulted to my microphone. And I was like, that's not how microphones work at all. Like, why would it default to that? I do not understand. But it's okay because little by little we learn.
Yeah.
Ah, Chid, you're here. And what about dead alien criminals? I mean, maybe we'll get to that tonight. You never know.
Man, yeah, the thing that we're talking about, we planned to kind of, I guess, talk about a little bit tonight is so wild. Like, I was just going back through in my mind about that series that we were talking about.
Yes.
And I'm just like still freaking out about it because then we'll get to it.
You know what? Let's just roll right into it. Let's roll right into it because this shit is so crazy. So there is a TV show that is on Prime and it is on YouTube and it is called Hellier. Has anybody in the chat happened to have seen the show Hellier? Let me know in the chat if you have. If you have not, we will give you the briefest synopsis. There are these folks that do.
It is so not going to be brief.
I know. Okay, it's basically a documentary show.
People, but it's like
we should spoil.
Yeah, it's like it's such a ride. Like I don't want people that want to watch it, so I'll try to be as sparse with information as possible because there's so much to unpack. There's so much to unpack from that.
Joe, you would love it. Joe has not seen it. Joe, this is right up your fucking alley. You would love this. It's a documentary style show, and it's not one of those shows that's kind of like Ghost Adventures or whatever, some of these shows that are like reality TV that are seeded with different stuff. Like this is just a very interesting tale that these folks basically, they have this show called News of the Weird, And they love a lot of the same stuff that we love here at Inspired by Mystery. All, you know, all the weird, macabre, supernatural kind of stuff. And
Yeah, actually, Joe, have you heard of Greg and Dana Newkirk? I feel like that they've, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if they've done stuff with Cindy or not, but that's kind of like their crowd.
yes, yeah, they are really cool to follow actually on Facebook and Instagram as well. They're really interesting folks. So they do, you know, different podcasts and different shows about different mysterious things. And one day they received a email from this person saying, "Hey, I live in Kentucky, and there's these weird creatures that come out of the old mines. Hey, lady, welcome, welcome, welcome,
Lady of the
welcome.
Stream,
We're glad you're
hello.
here." So yeah, so basically, it's an old mining town. There's a bunch of old mining shafts all over, and this guy is like, there's weird shit, little tiny, what they call goblins coming out of the mine shafts. And we don't know what's going on. I know that you guys investigate weird shit. I think you guys should come investigate. And they're like, okay, that's weird. Like, we're going to go to Kentucky right now to go investigate this random email thing. Well, it gets even weirder and weirder. The guy keeps sending all these cryptic emails and all this information. And they're like, you know, okay, why not? You know, let's go. Let's just give it a go. You know, maybe we'll get nothing. Maybe we'll get enough for a, it's called Hellier, Hellier, Joe. So they're like, maybe we'll get enough for like a, you know, a short documentary about it. Like, let's just go investigate. And the weirdness that comes from their investigation, it's the most bizarre string of events that I've ever seen. You're on this adventure with them, and it's fucking bananas. I was telling Roxy
It's
to watch it.
crazy.
I was like, "You have to watch it." I told her forever to go check it out, and she eventually did, which is really cool. And now your mind's blown like the rest of us.
Yeah, well, because that's the thing. It's like it's such a like it's such a crazy, you know, story. Just like how it all comes about in the first place is like weird. Anyway, like any person that got these emails in the beginning would be like, "This is strange, but okay, sure." And it just like goes on and on. And it's like you're chasing goblins, and then maybe not. What if it's aliens? Maybe not. Maybe it's a government conspiracy. Maybe not. Maybe it's a freaking satanic cult in Kentucky. Maybe not. Like it's this whole like thing, and it's so crazy because like the first there's two seasons, and the first season I watched and I was like, okay, this is interesting. I'm like, there's another season, let's give it a go. And holy crap, the second season just like
It got super
craziness.
fucking weird. And I
Yeah, and it's just
genuinely,
like there's just
I
so
feel
many
like it's
elements.
genuine. I really, truly don't feel like they are in any way providing misinformation, camping it up for the show. It seems
Yeah,
like they were just like, we're just going to check it out. It's a really small crew that they had to go, and, you know, they have like a couple camera guys and then the host of the show or whatever. And it seemed like they weren't really expecting very much to happen. And as soon as like episode one, they're like, what the fuck? Like they basically they go out there and they're like just talking to people. They're like, hey, random people at the gas station, random Kentucky people. We heard about these goblins. You guys got goblins? And at first everybody seemed like interested in talking to them. So like, where there's these city folks asking about our weird things, and they're like, oh yeah, we hear like babies crying from inside the mines, and we've all seen weird shit. And then all of a sudden people stop wanting to talk about it, which makes you wonder
yeah,
what happened there. And
super weird.
it's really strange. And you know, coupling that with the Hopkinsville event that happened, I forgot the year of the Hopkinsville, but it was quite a long time ago, maybe the 40s or something like that.
This is 60s.
60s.
I think it was the 60s. They talked about it. Yeah, I think, yeah.
I mean, that's interesting because it's not too far from Hellier itself. And if any of you guys are not familiar with the Hopkinsville experience, there was a bunch of people living in this house, and they claimed to have essentially been under siege and attacked, not physically attacked, but surrounded by these goblins, which are very alien-esque in nature. You know, it sounds goblins, it sounds just like silly and ridiculous, but really it kind of sounds like there are some kind of interesting subterranean creatures, whether they be aliens, whether they be some kind of bizarro natural phenomenon that live in these cave systems. Now, the Mammoth Cave system is massive. It is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of square miles, and it's an extremely remote part of the country. So nobody fucking knows what's down there. Like, people have explored parts of it, but it is not even mapped out. The cave system is not mapped out. It has not been fully explored. So it really raises the question, like, what is down there and what is coming up and coming out? And with the Hopkinsville situation, there was like a full blown shootout that they had. They ended up like freaking out and shooting at these things because they were worried that they were like being surrounded and under attack from these crazy creatures. So that made like really big headlines at the time. That was a really well known story. And then you have this guy a bunch of years later, like, dude, there's still shit coming out of these holes in the ground. Like, what is it? What do you think?
Yeah, and just like the whole thing about how the Newkirks got contacted, you know, they were basically like given to this guy who was like, I need help with this thing, and they're like, well, we don't really do that, but I mean, sure, I guess so, since somebody recommended us to you, but then like, who's that person? Like, it's such a weird thing. It's hard to explain without like giving a bunch of it away. So it's just like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's a weird thing.
I know, it's like I almost want to tell you guys the whole story, but I don't want to ruin it because the unfolding, it's like a blooming of a flower, you know, and it's like there's new petals coming out all the time, and there's all this new stuff. It's really crazy. It's a crazy story, and following them through this entire experience is it's definitely eye-opening for sure. So we definitely recommend it. I think Lady watched the trailer. That's awesome. Joe, this is going to be right up your alley, dude. You're going to love this shit. Oh, DD, what's up? Hey.
Hey, DD.
Oh, we got just
Hey,
JT.
DD.
What's up? All right, now it's a fucking
Hi,
party. Now it is a party. This is awesome. I'm glad to have all you guys. Yeah, we were just chit-chatting about the show Hellier and the madness that has ensued by watching this television program. I feel like calling it a show, or like, I sound old, television program. Like, just calling it that, I don't think I'm watching my programs, my stories. I feel like it doesn't give it as much justice because I feel like so many shows are bullshit and faked that it almost makes it seem like, oh, it's just going to be some fun show to watch. But like, I did not feel like that this entire time. It was really spooky.
Yeah, I mean, there's like how skeptical the people involved were throughout it. Like, even that, even they couldn't like really latch on to like what it was they were going after. They're just kind of like, okay, well, we got a lead to go this way, I guess, so we'll check it out. And then it's like, okay, not a whole lot. And then there's like one little tidbit that opens up a whole new thing of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And it just like goes on like that for a while. And it's like, oh my gosh, what the, like they were, you know, this close to giving up. And then one little person, you know, that they run into says something and they're like, whoa, that changes everything. Kind of, it's definitely a wild ride. Like, and I was looking to see if there was going to be a season 3 to just like touch on some more stuff. And Greg Newkirk was like, listen, if there's ever going to be a season 3, it's going to be a long time off because this project is so exhausting just because of like the amount of information, but also the lack of information.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so tiring trying to tie up all these ends that like, they're like, we need a break because it'll literally drive you crazy, which is so true because after I watched the second season, I was like, I really wonder like what's, you know, any updates and da 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 da. So I'm like looking through all the stuff, and holy rabbit hole. Like, it was so insane. And I'm like, I gotta get out of this. Like, I'm gonna end up with my own documentary. Like, I gotta stop.
Well, the second one, it almost got scary to where people were like,
It did.
stop digging. And they're like, what?
Right.
But we
Yeah.
just got this email. We don't know. Now we're interested. And like, it got actually like scary for a minute where you're like, who is making us stop? Like, why do we need to stop? First off, and who is really
Right.
behind this telling us to stop? So I can
Yeah.
understand like being honestly a little bit fearful to go further as far as documenting it, fearing for their safety and health and stuff like that when you don't know what it
Especially because
is.
they don't know. Yeah, exactly. You don't know. And that's like the scariest part because it like could be really dangerous, but maybe not. We're not really sure. We're not really sure if someone's just like pulling their leg or what. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
Yeah.
to get into.
It's so strange. I thought it was really a fantastic, I don't know, representation of doing this kind of investigative work too. Because a lot of times you watch a documentary, they've already done A to Z in this documentary and they edit it and they give you all the information that they need to go from this is what we're thinking, this is the end result. And this is not an end result situation. There is no end result
No.
that they have reached at all.
Right.
And every single episode, they're like, what the fuck? What the fuck is
Yeah,
this? And you're
exactly.
like, okay, all right, so this guy might not exist at all. Or does he? Or is he using aliases, the one who told us about all of this stuff? Like that was really interesting. I mean, not to give much away about the whole story, but a little bit of a spoiler alert here is the person that they were going to investigate, they couldn't find any history of this person even existing. And that is what
Yeah.
really sets the tone for what the fuck is happening right now. They're like,
Yeah.
okay, this guy
Exactly.
said he lived in this house in this kind of region. This is the experience that he had. It's a very small town, so there's only so many people that live in this town. And then
Yep.
they're like,
Yeah, and supposedly, like, the guy was supposed to be like a pretty prominent member of the community, even though he'd only been there for a minute. And they're going around asking everybody, like, hey, do you know this guy? And they're like, never heard of him. We've never had anybody like that here. And it's like, what? So, like, where did this come from?
where
What
did
the
it
heck's
come from? Yeah. Who on earth?
and that was the thing I was going to say about it, too, is like, the thing that makes it super believable is there isn't like a big Hollywood conclusion at the end. Like, you just kind of watch it and you're like, wow, that's a lot of stuff. And then that's kind of what you get. So
Until the next
it's like
season
if you're
comes
looking,
out, and then it goes crazy again.
right. I hope so. I really hope so. Although I can totally understand how frustrating and exhausting that must be to just like be never ending, like chasing loose ends and things like that. And just like getting so excited about something and then looking into it and then being like, oh, disappointment. But there's this other thing we have to go, oh, let's go chase that now. So that's got to be really tiring.
It is. And,
at some
I'm
point.
glad they're honest about it too. If they hit a dead end, and they really look into things very intensely. So they're not out there like, oh, it's definitely goblins and aliens and we're going to prove why. They're like, what the fuck is going on? We don't even know. So they're really being objective about a lot of things too, trying to not jump to conclusions or give false information. They're just trying to really understand everything the best way that they possibly can when involving potentially mythical creatures or aliens or something that we don't
Right.
even, like it's really hard to say anything with confidence at all.
Yeah.
But what was interesting is the amount of synchronicities that they had throughout the entire experience. This
Yeah.
is where it gets really fucking weird. There was like an unfathomable amount of synchronicities that kept happening while they were looking through all these things that kept telling them that they were on the right track.
Yeah.
What is that?
And that brings me to like the weirdest thing, speaking of the synchronicities of that show, which like that whole show is pretty much based on synchronicity, is today when Sammy asked me to do the show, I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. And we were just like chatting. And I was like, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention I watched that Hellier show. And she was like, that's crazy. I had a dream about it this morning. And I was like, what? Now, mind you, I watched the show like 2 months ago and I just kept forgetting to tell you that I'd watched it. And then today we were chatting and I was like, oh, speaking of things to talk about, I finally watched the show. And then you said, I had a dream about it this morning. And I'm like, what?
That was
Shut the
really
front door.
fucking weird because, you wake up from a dream and shit kind of fades away and you remember some basic parts, but it immediately triggered that memory response in that moment. And I had just woken up, like, I don't know, within the hour before we started talking. So it was like still kind of fresh right there. But when you mentioned Hellier, I remember that in my dream this morning, I met a dude in the dream from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, who was like, yeah, I'm from Hopkinsville. And I remember thinking in the dream, like, no shit, he's from Hopkinsville. I need to ask him about the goblins, if he knows anything about this or if he knows anybody who's seen it or whatever, because that's like a famous place. But we were just doing introductions. And I remember telling myself to calm down and to not immediately ask somebody that I just met, like, tell me about the fucking goblins. So I was like, okay, be patient, get to know the guy, then we can talk about the goblins. And I woke up and I never ended up being able to ask him anything. And then within an hour, you're like, oh, by the way, I saw Hellier. And I was like, holy shit, I just dreamt about this guy talking about Hopkinsville, which is not Hellier, but it's all related. It's all part of the same thing. So, and in my mind, in my dream, I was thinking, I was like, oh, Hopkinsville / Hellier. Like, I totally had the whole thing in my head. So that is a very strange synchronicity with that one, too. And I was like, all right, I think we should probably bring that up on the show tonight and try to inspire other people to check it out, too, because it's fucking crazy. It's one of the best shows that I've seen in a long time. So what the fuck is living in the cave?
Especially
system?
if you're like into paranormal stuff, but you're not like into the whole like Zach Baggins, bro, did you hear that, bro? Like if you're not super into that kind of thing, but it's still a cool.
Hi, Chris.
It's still a cool show.
Chris
like,
is not down. That's what that.
Yeah. Chris poured me a beverage, so thank you
Hey,
for having me on, and
Slancha.
thank you to everybody who's tuned in to watching.
Hell yes. Cheers to you guys.
Mancha.
I love that glass. That's awesome. Was that
Sure,
one of the
everybody.
new presents? That was from your brother? Cool.
Yeah, it's from my my brother's mother-in-law.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
was the Slancha.
That's awesome. That's adorable. I love it. Yes, cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers to you guys. But yeah, so like
Yeah.
the whole Zach Baggins
Cheers.
kind of thing, it's definitely that goes down a different route where they're obviously they're investigating places that actually have activity for sure. I don't think they're like making the whole thing up, but they're definitely making things go bump in the night to make it seem more spooky, and then playing the certain kind of music and like dun dun dun, like they're definitely camping it up, which there's some entertainment value to that for sure. But personally, I'm not a big fan of when people do that. I just want the straight up information. I want you to give me just straight information. Even if it's not what I want to hear in the end, that's totally fine. I just want the truth. Don't camp it up, which is personally why I absolutely love the Astonishing Legends podcast, which I've actually talked about a couple times here on this podcast, because I love their investigating style. They go so deep down rabbit holes. They do shit. Some of their episodes are 3 parts long and they end up being 12 hours or whatever.
Yep.
It's because they're like, we have this topic and we want to cover it and we want to really understand what it is. And although they do believe in paranormal things, they're not willing to jump to conclusions. They get like seriously in depth about this stuff. So I really enjoy the truth, whatever it is. I'd rather know the truth rather than just assume that something is real, because somebody told me that it is. But with this one, I don't know. It's pretty
Right.
it's pretty interesting stuff. But even with Zach Baggins, like beyond some of his like silly campy shit, I feel like he also has some really interesting legitimate stuff as well. And we just recently I was out there in Vegas visiting Chris and Roxy and RJ and Jordan and everybody, and we went to the Zach Baggins Museum, which we actually just talked about on Monday quite a little bit. But
Yeah.
now we get to talk about the experiences that we both had while we were there, which was fucked up. It was fucked up.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
had been there previously. You were the only one out of the entire group of us that had been there before. And so tell me about the first time you were there. Tell me about the experience you had the first time you went.
So the when I went the first time, I went with a friend of mine who is like a very um she's a pretty key member of like the paranormal sort of community. She goes to all the cons. She used to help on the show Ghost Lab. I don't know if anybody in chat has seen Ghost Lab. It wasn't on for very long, mainly because when you've got like Ghost Adventures and all that stuff that's like, ooh, scary, 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 they were really trying to get to like the science of it. Like, is this real? What is,
Ooh,
can
that
this be
sounds cool.
explained another way? So they only had like one season. Like, I don't even know if it went a whole season, honestly. It was very short. But she helped out on that. So she like knows a bunch of people, and she had uh, kind of been friends with Zach for a little while. And she's like, you should come to the Haunted Museum with me. And I'm like, okay. So she'd been like a million times. So she knew all the tour guides and everything, but I'd never been. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go. And I made the mistake of going with her, which was like a bad idea because everybody knew her. And I also wore a t-shirt that says "Not today, Satan." And so I got super picked on when I went the first time. And I'm not a fan of haunted houses. Like, I don't enjoy haunted houses. I don't like jump scares. I don't like anything like that. So it was a little, I went BC, obviously. Um, and it was just a little more haunted house-esque than I anticipated. And so I was just constantly on edge the entire time because if there was some sort of interactive thing, they immediately picked me. And it was just like, so I was the one, going in the creepy hallway where somebody jumps out at you. I was the one that has to open the
Aw,
box where the thing, blah, 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 whatever.
that sucks,
So
dude.
I was just constantly on edge. So I didn't like super enjoy it to its extent the first time. Um, even though it was cool and it had some cool stuff and they've changed it since then, but there was just like a lot of it that was, kind of hokey, but also really cool. Some of the artifacts were really cool. Um, and I didn't have like a whole lot of real, you know, feelings or experiences or whatever, the first time. But that when we'd talked and we'd met and we had talked about different paranormal stuff, I was like, oh, when you come back, we gotta go do this because it'll be super fun, and I think you'll really enjoy it.
And we did. I'm so glad that we went, and it
Yeah,
was really cool
we did.
that RJ and Jordan had never been before. So that was kind of cool too, because they're like, we've
Yeah,
lived out here forever and we've never been. So it was fun to get to go do it with a bunch of people that had not done it before, and we had Chris, who believes in this stuff, but does not believe in Zach Baggins bullshit. So it was interesting because we had that like that counterbalance. We had that balance where he's like, I'm skeptical. I believe in
yeah,
some things. I've seen ghosty stuff, but I'm skeptical. So I think that's good because it keeps you
yeah,
in check. It's kind of like what I was saying about with Justin before, the what would Justin do? That it like that sticks out in my mind a lot of times to make sure that I'm not jumping
right,
to conclusions because I don't want to be the jump to conclusions person. I want true investigative reporting. So Chris kind of
right.
calmed that down a little bit. That was good. But we all did have some really bizarre experiences in there. And I feel like the first good bit of
Yeah,
it was fine. I didn't feel anything weird at all for the majority of it. But Kevorkian room, that was
yeah.
quite strange. That definitely like gave me the willies, but it obviously wasn't anything evil or anything like that. It just felt really, really heavy.
Yeah, I think that room specifically is just really like emotionally charged. I don't think it has anything to do necessarily with like spirits or anything like that, but I think it's a big energy thing because like you go in there and you read all these things and you hear about all these things and then just like seeing it and like knowing what it is and getting to hear about kind of what happened is just like a lot. Plus they have like, the memorial thing set up. So that's like I think it's just like a really emotionally heavy room altogether. I don't think it's necessarily like I wouldn't personally call it spooky. It's just real, like it's just like a lot,
It was
you know.
heavy. Yeah, it was a thick
Hi, Sarah
vibe.
Light.
Hello, Sarah.
Hi,
Welcome,
Cheryl.
Cheryl. Oh, we got the crew coming in tonight. This is awesome. You get to hear us ramble about ghosty things. It's
We
gonna be
got
great.
Australia in the house. All right.
Sweet. Awesome. We're international. It's great. But yeah, it
Yeah.
was definitely an interesting experience to go into a place that had that many artifacts and that much history. Just the house itself had so much history. And there were certain things that
Right.
you didn't tell me
Mm-hmm.
about too, and you're like, I made sure to not tell you because I don't want to ruin it. There was like so many little things in that place that we got to see that you were like, I didn't even tell you about the Kevorkian van, and I was like, fucking
Yeah.
awesome! Like I didn't even know that was the thing. That was super cool. But one of the
Yeah.
things,
No, I tried to keep my hand close to the chest because like I didn't want to ruin it for you because I know you'd never been, but like there were so many things that I wanted to like tell you about, like, oh, this was really cool. There's this thing and this and that, da, 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 and that sort of thing. But I really just tried. I'm like, no, we're gonna go. It's fine. We're gonna go. We're gonna see it. It's fine.
and it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. Honestly, one of the bummer parts, I wish that we could have spent more time in the hallways, because in the hallways there was so many cases with all this really cool vintage shit, and I was like the last person in every room because I was walking like real slow and just looking at all the stuff, and the guide is like, come on, and I'm like, oh, you're killing me. Can I just pay you extra money to just look at these items in the cases, please? Damn it. I'll come back later. Give me just like a half hour to look
You're
at
like, can
some
I
of
just
this.
do like, can I pay you extra to do like an unguided hallway tour?
Yes, honestly, there was so much cool shit, and I understand they got to move people through, like they got to do their thing, but there was a lot of very very cool things to see. But like we were talking about on Monday, actually, we were talking about this on the podcast here about the Dybbuk Box Room. That was a fucked up room.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck was going on in that room.
Yeah. And which is weird because like when I went there, because if you go in now, small spoiler alert, um, that room it has like a big wood and glass like enclosure thing. And when I went the first time, it was literally just like a plexiglass case, like you would see at a jewelry store, just like a normal thing. And they obviously changed it since then. Um, but there was like nothing really going on. Like when I went through there, that was probably like I would say one of the more comfortable rooms to be in because there
Really?
wasn't any like weird doors or weird windows. It was just like this is what it is. It's right here in this big open room. There's nothing to jump out at you or whatever. So that was like the most
Okay.
comfortable I was in that room. So that's why the second time was super weird because then I was just like, I don't know, man. Like it feels like really funky in here.
It was
It's just like I don't know. It's like tight, I guess. Like I don't know if it was like a spatial thing,
I a
but it was definitely
felt like
strange.
a vibration, and I wonder, like we were talking about on Monday, I wonder if they did some kind of like inaudible low frequencies to fuck with people,
Sure.
which they might. So I will put
Yeah.
that out there, not to be just jumping to conclusions saying it was definitely this box. But I will say, yes, I do have a kitten. You can hear her meowing. Here, this is Zelda. Say hi, Sarah.
Oh, no.
Hello. Yeah. She's very old, so she has a hard time getting up and down off the couch. So she
She's the
just yells
cutest.
to be like, "Hello, pick me up or put me down." So say hi to everybody. But yeah, so I don't know. I
Yeah.
do
One
wonder
of the
if it's a
one of the first
sensory
times I got to
experience.
meet Zelda, she rolled over.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead about Zelda.
I was gonna say one of the very first times I got to meet Zelda, she rolled over and wanted me to pet her tummy, and I was like, "Is this a trap?" I feel like
It's
this is a trap.
not. She loves it. It's her favorite thing ever in the whole world. She loves it.
It's just
Oh.
weird for a cat to like want belly touched. Like that's not a normal cat
I
thing. So when she
know.
was, laying there, I was like, I feel like you're gonna claw my face off, but I don't know. You're so cute. Like I think I'm gonna take the chance.
I was like, no, seriously, it's not a trick. She loves it. She loves it. So, yes, she loves
Yeah,
friends. She just wants to hang out with people all the time.
she really
And
does.
she just wants to be pet and snuggled all the time, which is like too much sometimes. It's too much. Sometimes we're like, we are doing things. You are not allowed. Like, she wants to sit on laps constantly. So, and like we're doing art or we're doing shit or whatever, and we're like, I'm so sorry. And she just gets all, she gets stressed out about it. Like, calm down.
Oh, Dusty, thank you for that. I didn't even realize that was a command.
Oh,
So much
sweet.
for me moderating a channel. Thank you. Yeah, Sarah Light, the album's been out since May, so you can get it wherever you like.
Oh,
If you whatever
oh, it's so good.
platform you get music on, if you like.
You've got to
But
check
yep,
out
it
this
is
new
out
album. It's
and
so
available for
good.
streaming and purchase.
And you made it on my top 5 Spotify listens for the entire year, which is a lot because you kicked the Beatles out, which is fucked up. The Beatles was not
Oops.
on my top 5 this
I'm
year.
not gonna say we're bigger than the Beatles. I can't do.
But yes,
No, I'm
Walt,
just
welcome,
messing
Walt. I'm
with you.
glad you are here. Yes, and we have the famous Roxy Gunn in the house
Oh,
today. But
cool.
Sarah, totally, totally get that album. It's absolutely fantastic. I love it so much. And I bought the CD, so I have the physical copy. It's great. It's great. But yeah, I listen to it on Spotify all the
Yes.
time. It's awesome. And even when your album's over and it does the like playlists that are similar to what you're listening to or whatever, it's awesome. Like the similar to your guys' music, like I don't know, train that it goes on, it's good. It's really good. So I highly recommend checking that out too. Like
Sweet.
artists similar to Crimson Riot, all badass. It's great. But yeah, cool. Yes, buy her shit. It's great. I listen to you constantly on Spotify, but I want it on my bookcase. That's awesome. Yeah, mine is on my bookcase also. It's I don't think you can see it in the camera. It's
Um,
in that region.
hey, Dusty, could I bother our wonderful supermod Dusty Rockets? If you could put our website in the chat. I mean, I can
Totally.
do it, but I just want to make sure that's cool with everybody.
Oh yeah. No, Dusty, do it. Do it up. That's awesome. We will always represent for you guys. And actually, if I don't
And then,
think there's
yeah,
anyone in the chat that doesn't know your music, I would be actually surprised if there was anyone. But just so everybody knows, Roxy and her husband Chris, they are half of the Roxy Gunn project, which is awesome. And on Sundays they do a stream that is just the two of them. And on Tuesdays, they've got the full band. So her brother RJ is the drummer, and then Randy is the shredder on lead guitar. He's fucking awesome. But then, in addition to doing that, which is all cover songs, which is fantastic, they are on Twitch. So make sure that you guys check them out on Twitch. But in addition to that, is the Crimson Riot original punk band. And that is so fantastic. So that's you and Chris, and then your dad, Ryan J, on drums. And for any of you in Washington, they are going on tour
yep.
in March, and they're going to be playing 3 gigs here in Washington, and I'm fucking pumped about it. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. Because I've seen Roxy Gun Project multiple times, but I haven't seen
Yes.
Crimson yet. Not even once. It's going to be great.
Oh, yeah, that's right, huh?
I know.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that.
I
That's
know.
right.
It's going to be awesome. I'm going to be crazy. I'll throw like panties on the stage. Oh my God. I'll just be like your hype girl and hype everybody up. Pretend like I don't know you. This is the best band ever. Oh my God. I'm so shocked. You should buy all their shit. I'll do it. I'll do it. But yeah, where are you guys
That's
at?
great.
Where
I
else?
love it.
Since we're on the topic of music, where else are you guys going on your tour? Do you have a specific tour schedule set up?
Um, kind of. We're still waiting on a couple of things. But yeah, definitely those shows in Washington, and then we're playing in Sacramento,
Oh, cool.
California, and we're playing in Fresno, California as well. Those have been
Cool.
confirmed and ready to go.
Okay, awesome. So if you're in California,
Yeah.
get ready. Shit's
Yep.
going down. Oh,
Yep.
thank
And
you,
we're
Sarah.
still working on like Portland. So Portland is still on the way.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
we're still working on that too. It just sucks because like a couple of the venues that we reached out to the last couple times we've been up there are either not doing music on the day that we're there, or they're doing, one of them is doing a renovation, and they're like, we're not really sure if it's going to be ready by March, so we're not going to be booking anything just in case. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
okay,
shit.
that's cool.
Okay.
You know?
It's going to all work out. It's going to be
So
awesome. To answer Sarah,
yeah,
my cat, she is going on 18 years old. It's so old.
that's an old
It's an
cat.
old cat. I got her. She was
Yeah.
about a year old when I got her. And it's crazy that it's been 17 years since I've had her. She's so old. Oh, so, okay.
Yeah.
Walt has a question. What's your question?
Okay, what's your
I
question,
don't even
Walt?
know. He's asking a solid from Dusty. Apparently, I didn't see the question. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
I
okay,
got a
hold on.
question for. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to scroll. Every time someone types in, it starts the scrolling again. What or who influenced you to play guitar and start a band? That is a fantastic question.
So it's kind of a weird, it's kind of a, that's, it's like a strange question because so going back to like the very time I ever picked up a guitar that I can remember, my mom had this acoustic guitar that was in her closet, and I saw it, and I was like, oh yeah, like I've seen people do this. Like I grew up around bands and stuff, so it was not like a foreign object to me. I just never played one, and I knew that you had to have like something to pluck the strings with, so I grabbed like a penny or a quarter or something, like
Cute.
some coin, and I started like playing on, like just like playing, 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 and I broke a string, and I was like, I am so dead. I
Oh
broke it. Like
no.
I was like, oh no, like full panic. So I go to my dad and I'm like, hey, I broke the guitar, and he's like, well, how? What happened? And I was like, I don't know. Like the string came off, and he was like, wait, you broke a string? Or you broke the guitar? And I'm like, I broke the string, I guess. So he looks at it and he's like, oh, okay. So at that point, I was like, I'm dead. Like I shouldn't have been touching that. Like what am I even doing in here? Like I don't even know. And they weren't mad. They were just like, do you want to play the guitar? And I said, I don't know. I guess maybe. And so when I was 9, my grandparents bought me a guitar, and I started kind of plinking around on it. I took like 2 lessons, but it was just like not, it was like classical stuff, and I was super bored, and I'm like, I just want to rock, right?
Hell yeah. For
um
sure.
so I was like, yeah, whatever. And so I didn't really start playing until I was like 10, 11 maybe, and my parents went to Walmart and they got this poster that was just like a giant poster of a bunch of chords. And so I just like sat in front of it and just like learned chords, and like kind of put chords together that sounded good. And so most people when they start playing an instrument, they learn songs before they start writing songs. And I was the opposite. I started writing before I started learning other
Wow,
people's
that's
songs.
really unique. That's awesome. I did not know
Yeah.
that. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So and this is a true story, and I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. The one thing that it really inspired me to want to be in a band was the very first time I saw the Josie and the Pussycats movie.
Really? That's super cute.
Yep. Yep.
That's not
I wanted to be in
shameful
a
at all.
girl band.
That's awesome. I was inspired by
Yeah.
Gem,
And
Gem and the
I wanted to
Holograms. I
do it.
was like, fuck yeah. But I always thought the Misfits, who were like the bad band, I thought they were way
Right.
cooler. And they are.
Yeah.
Now that I'm older, I'm like, oh yeah, they were way fucking cooler.
Misfits all the way, dude.
Totally, dude. Oh, that's awesome. So you were just inspired at a
Yeah.
young age and just gave it a go and started writing your own songs
Hmm.
immediately. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I'd written songs before I started playing guitar, like writing lyrics or whatever, and singing and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so like I just kind of picked up a guitar and played it. My parents were like, "Do you want to do this? Like, you can do this if you want." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, sure, I guess, I suppose." And then yeah, watching Josie and the Pussycats for the first time, I was like, I need to be in a band. Like, this is gonna be cool. And then like Avril Lavigne came out when I was in 5th grade or whatever, And that was like a really big deal. And my grandma bought me her first album, Let Go, with the songbook that had all the chords in it. So that was some of like the first music that I ever learned how to play. And then around that kind of same time, School of Rock came out. And so it was just like it was like a big like surge of kids that played rock music.
Oh, that's so awesome. I
So it
love
was like,
that.
oh my gosh, like I can actually do this. Like I felt like super, I like relate, you know?
So, do you
So it
remember
was
the
cool.
very first song that you ever wrote?
Um, yes, I actually have it.
Will you play it for us?
I don't know how I didn't write chords for it. That's the thing. I never wrote it on guitar. And
Really?
I don't even really remember how it goes, but I have the lyrics written down. And
I bet it's
I
so cute.
don't know. I just had it. I don't know where I put it. But somebody asked me about it the other day, and I actually found it. And I'm like, I can't believe I still
That
have
is
this, like
so
in my little 7-year-old
fucking
handwriting.
cute, dude. Well, do you remember the first one that you wrote on guitar? Your first like chords that you put together? Because that'd be really cute to hear like a 10-year-old Roxy song, if there is one. It'd be so
I
cute.
don't. I don't really remember how. Like, I don't even really remember how I wrote my first song. It had to have been like G, D, and E minor. Those are like my favorites. My favorite
Yeah,
chords of all
those are
time.
the ones.
I used to get made fun of for it because I would just like put a keyboard in different spots and like, you know, change it up a little bit. But yeah, yeah, I don't remember the first song I actually like wrote with guitar and lyrics. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like the first time I did it, I just like wrote a bunch of songs and that was just kind of like the beginning and it just sort of snowballed from there. So it all just kind of becomes a blur at
That's
some
so
point.
fun though. You were just so inspired from the get go. Sarah wants to know where you are originally
Yeah.
from.
Oh, I'm originally from California, like Central California, um, near Fresno, between Fresno and Bakersfield kind of area. But yep, I moved to Vegas when I was 7 and been here ever since.
Desert baby, living in the desert
Oh
your
yeah.
whole
Hmm.
friggin' life, and you hate the desert,
Hmm.
which makes it so sad.
Yep.
Damn it.
So
I
much,
know.
so much.
I'm all
It's so
excited about
brown.
cactuses. I'm like, wow, look at all these cactuses. And she's all, I don't like it. I'm like, oh, I think they're so cute. I enjoy it. Oh,
Oh
we keep
man.
buffering? Oh, why are we buffering?
Yeah.
Well, that
I
sucks. I
know.
don't know how to not buffer anymore. Thanks for letting me know, though. I'm watching the bit rate. It seems okay right now. For a while,
Yeah.
it was going to drop.
It's
Oh, it's
yeah.
dropping. Here it is dropping now. The fuck? That's really strange.
Oh no, don't drop out.
But Dusty just actually bought a
Um,
Wi-Fi. What do you call it? Enhancer. That's probably not the right word, but you know what I mean. A Wi-Fi enhancer. What's the word? I don't know what it is, but it makes it enhanced. It enhances your Wi-Fi.
like Viagra.
I don't fucking know what it's called. So hopefully we'll get that soon, and then it will help our signal to be strong like signal booster. That's the one. Signal, but not Wi-Fi enhancer. Signal booster.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Yes, Sarah. There you go. So Walt has a question. He was wondering, how did you and
As
Chris
we were just talking about trying to get everything open up.
everything what?
It's so funny because people. Oh, I was gonna say we were just talking about, when we first started about trying to get everything ready, and we were so happy we got the video working, but then the sound wasn't working, and we're just like, I don't know. Every time we try to do a video chat, something technological goes
And
wrong,
now
and
the
then all
bit
of a
rate's
sudden it's like,
dropping.
what's the thing
Fuck.
called? The thing, the enhancer. Yeah.
See, you can obviously see we're really good
No,
at this
no,
technology stuff. We're
no.
fantastic. Yeah, I have no idea. It's dropping. I'm watching it on the screen,
Yeah,
and it's like, whoop. So sorry, guys. Sorry to keep you guys.
weird.
Yeah, just keep it weird. I don't know how to fix it. I mean, I could smack it, but that's all I got. I could smack the computer, which I don't think is gonna help. That's the only like idea that I
Yeah.
have to fix it.
Just hit it with a hammer. It works every time.
Yeah, just give it a good smacking. But yeah, Walt is curious how you and Chris met each other, which is cute.
You know, it's so funny because like you get these stories about like, oh, I was at the bookstore looking at Edgar Allan Poe, and then there he was too. And I was like, oh, are you into dark, weird stuff? I'm totally into dark, weird stuff. Let's get some dark, weird coffee or something like that. But whatever. We met at a bar.
I met Dusty at a
At an
bar
open
too,
mic.
so it's
That's
totally.
literally the entire story.
I met Dusty, and the reason that we ended up
Yeah, you almost killed the guy
becoming.
with the Book of the Dead, which is a awesome story.
Yeah, and honestly, like I met Dusty at the bar. I was his bartender, but we also started hanging out more because he had come to my open mic. I actually put an open mic together. So I was like, hey, everybody should come support my open mic. That'd be cool. And he actually came out. So it's funny. Not only did we meet at a bar, but open mic helped also. So it's funny.
Yep. Yeah.
Weird
That's pretty
similarities.
much it. That's the whole story. But yeah, there's like no. It's like when you get these romance novel type meetings, like, oh yeah, I just like saw them, blah blah blah. It was like, no, pretty much just like both showed up at the same open mic at the same bar one time.
Did you play music together?
So
or were
boring.
you playing your
So
own
boring.
music and he was playing his own music?
No. Yeah, it was all separate. It was all separate.
Did you end up being
But
like, oh,
yeah,
we
it's like
should
it's
do
so
a song
funny because like
together or something? Like,
no, it was just like we're just like jamming, like whatever, doing our own thing. But it's just like so funny because the rest of our life is so much more exciting than the beginning of it.
okay, but that's how you actually met. But how did you guys like start forging your relationship? Like, did you guys just think you were cute and you like, who asked who on a date, or was there even a date, or was it just like hanging out? Like,
Yeah, dude, it's so weird because like it was really just kind of like like knowing each other for a while, and then it just kind of like I don't know. It's really weird because like I don't even really remember the moment or the day or like there wasn't a specific time or place or anything. It was just like to me in my mind because it's been I mean, we were just talking like our ninth wedding anniversary is this year. And
wow.
I'm sure that, people that are in relationships can relate. Um, there's just like a time where you kind of like look over at your partner and you're like, have you just like always been here? Or like,
Yeah, nine
thing. But yeah,
years.
we were just like we were friends for so long, and then it just kind of, it just blossomed into a relationship, and the next thing we're married, and now we're in a band and we're here.
That's so awesome.
It came on to me. That might have been a little tricky.
Did you? Did you pull the trigger on that one? You saw some like cool
Yeah,
older punk dude, and you're like, gotta have
yeah.
him. Yeah.
It was the plaid pants.
That's awesome. No, I think it's
Yeah.
really cute.
Which I think he still has that one. I don't know. Maybe.
Dusty's wearing plaid pants right now too. Wow, all the synchronicity is here.
See? How about plaid pants, right?
So,
Plaid pants and open mics. There you go. That's
that's
we're gonna
so.
we're gonna do a project album and we're gonna call it
I
that.
like it. I like it. No, it's actually yeah. It is really funny those synchronicities there. About us meeting because same thing. People are like, "How did you and Dusty meet?" And I was like, "I was his bartender. That's it. That was pretty much that was it." But it's kind of a funny story about when we very first met each other. I think the first time we actually had like a really like reasonable interaction. I I talked shit to this guy that was an asshole who was there, and it cracked Dusty up so fucking hard that that's what got Dusty interested in getting to know me more. It's because I totally punked some guy out super fucking hard. So that was funny, like to
Yeah.
me, this is just what I do, is how I roll. Like you want to say stupid shit, you get stupid answers, and I'll make you look dumb. Like I was just like feisty, like don't come in my bar and say stupid shit, fuck you. And Dusty like almost spit his beer out of his nose, and he was like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "I'm the one you don't fuck with." And he's like, "Rock on." So
Yeah, hey.
that was in San Diego. It was great. Oh my God,
Yeah.
Walt. Any chance that RGP will invite me to be a guest vocalist?
Oh,
You missed
we
it.
just did.
Like 2 weeks,
We did.
3 weeks ago. Shit.
Yeah.
Dang it. That sucks. Totally. Oh, I
Yeah.
wish you were there for that one. Yeah, I went to Vegas. Me and Dusty went to Vegas to go hang out with those guys, and it was so nice that I was invited to be the guest star of the show, and it was so fun. It was so fun. I had such a great time. It was
Yeah.
awesome.
You might be able to catch it on the video of the day on our channel. It should still be there. It wasn't quite that long ago, so it might still be there because I think ours stays up for 90 days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just
And it was only a couple weeks ago, so you might be able to skim through and catch some stuff. But oh, good. Okay, yeah. Um, Chris said it's still up, so that's
sweet.
good. Yeah, but it's great. Now there's a problem because every single time anybody requests Melissa Etheridge anymore, I'm like, no,
Why?
because I will never do it as good as you did it.
Shut
Like
the
it's
fuck
just,
up.
it was so good.
You're so
It was so
sweet.
good. I
I
swear, like it
love
was just
that.
like so natural and like everybody just for some reason, like everybody just knew the parts. Like for whatever like I don't know, it just like all came together so good.
It was
And like with your
good.
like raspy voice, it was just perfect. And I was like, I think that's the greatest cover song we've ever played. Quite honestly,
That's fucking
it was so
awesome.
good.
Well, that makes me feel
So good.
really happy that, that I did well and that you feel like that was one of the best ever. That's really cute. But you totally could rock that shit and you could even hit higher notes than I can. So I feel like you've got that shit in the bag. Especially the only one, which we did not do that one, but I think you would just like kill that shit super hard because that's high for a lot of it. And I feel like you could just like ride that train to Valhalla. So you think
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sarah. Like, yeah, going.
Oh, she's wondering how old you are.
Oh, I will be the big 3-0 this year.
Old.
I know. I
Yeah.
know. I know. I'm like, but you know what though? It's so funny because I'm actually in a weird way like really looking forward to it. I don't know why. It's very strange. Somebody on Facebook today posted, did anybody feel like a weird energy shift within themselves at midnight this year? And I kind of did. Like it was weird. Like I don't know why. Just you know, people a lot of people have a feeling like it's just another day. Like it's not. People that have New Year's resolutions, like I'm gonna start on the first, and I'm gonna. It's like it's just another day. But I don't know. There was something weird about this particular year that like when it clicked over, it was like okay,
I agree with you.
done.
I do. I feel
It's
like
weird.
there's a shift, some kind of shift and release for sure.
Yeah,
Good things are
yeah,
coming. I really think good things are coming for everybody. We just did a house ritual yesterday, me, Tavia, and Dusty, about like manifesting what it is that we want to see this year and the things that we want to put our energy into. And we just did like a solidifying kind of house ritual. And it was great because we're all feeling really positive and we're all feeling this shift in energy going towards something really good. So it's good.
yeah.
It's good.
And if anybody can, manifest anything and make things happen, it's your guys' house
Right? Thank
for
you.
sure.
I know this house. It's a pretty cool house, and I think it has good intentions. It's wise, and it's here to help. We try to put good energy
Absolutely.
into it, and try to get that energy exchange back for sure. No pouty faces
Yeah.
around here, if we can help it.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, Sarah, she was.
Jade, you're not old.
I know. Well, you know what I gotta say with 30, you hitting 30, like I was excited, honestly, when I hit 32. I was because I feel like you're in high school and you just want to be an adult. You just want to be treated like a fucking adult. And then you turn 21 and people are like, "Oh, honey, you're just 21." And you're like, "But I made it. I'm an adult now." And they're like, "You're literally just
Right.
21, you little thing." So then you get to like 25 and you're like, "Yeah, 25. Adult. I'm a fucking adult now." And people are like, "You're still so close to 21. We can't take you seriously yet because you're still coming out of being young. And, like you haven't settled your crazy wild oats and shit like that yet." A lot of people haven't. So at 30, it's kind of this like turnover number where it's like, okay, officially in 30s, you're not in your 20s anymore. You've had 10 years, 12 years since you've been out of high school and like doing adult things or whatever. So I feel like people take you a little bit more seriously. And then I thought that maybe that would happen at 40. And then I'm like, why won't anybody take me seriously? I am 41 years old right now. And this year is, I'm now feeling like maybe that is starting to happen, which is good. So hopefully it doesn't have to take you to
Indeed.
41, but
It took a little longer than you anticipated, but you made it
it
happen.
did.
So there you
Better
go.
late than never. So am I a
Yeah.
spiritual witch? I would say I in fact am. Yeah. I'm definitely not influenced by any specific practices or Wiccan or pagan or any of that kind of stuff. I just use my own power of will and intention to help make good things for myself and others around me. So that's kind of how I roll with that. I think all the power we need is within us. So try to use that to the best of my ability, and I'm pretty damn good at manifesting things. I got to tell you, pretty good at it. I have pretty good intentions, and shit seems to
Legit.
fall into place a lot of times. So I don't take that lightly. I'm very careful about the way that I speak and about the way that I think about things in my head too. I'm really mindful about that because I do really feel like words have power. I think they and thoughts have power. So I try not to talk too negatively. Try to just be mindful. Be mindful about what it is that I am putting out into the world. And I'm not as much ritualistic, but there are times where I feel like doing like the little ritual that we did the other day. I feel like it's a really good thing to do sometimes, just to really focus that intention specifically, especially with Dusty and Tavia. Like how wonderful, because we all are pretty strong in our own selves, so we get together and it makes it even better. So not only am I trying to manifest my good stuff, but we wanted to hear what each other wanted to manifest too, and to like help make that happen too. So I feel like this next year is going to be awesome.
Or when your friend calls you from the road and is like, our RV keeps breaking down, please help. Do something.
Yeah. Which that was funny. You're like, could you? What did you say exactly? You're like, could you do some of your witchy shit and like help us not roll down the hill or whatever it was because the e-brake broke or whatever. And I was like, I'm on it.
I just didn't notice. I was just like part of me was like half joking. I was like half joking. It was just like, oh my gosh, I'm like, what are we gonna do? Like, I was just so at a loss. But it was so funny. I'm like, could you just like, I don't know, do something, please help.
And I honestly, I took a moment. I really did. I took a moment and I'm like, whatever I can do, I tried to put out some good vibes. I put like a little, like a healing safety bubble in my mind around the RV, around Dolores. So I was like, okay, you're protected with the bubble and everybody inside's protected. There's only so much I could do from afar, but I at least tried. I tried to put like good, happy vibes, like everyone in here is protected. Everything's fine. They're not going to roll down a mountain in the night. Nope. Not going to
And we
happen.
didn't.
And you didn't. So I could take credit for that. No problem. And JT, yes, you can message me if you need to chat about some stuff or, any of that. Please let me know and I will do what I can to help. We got good resources, good people around too that are good at helping with sending out some good vibes. So you just message me. Oh, Sarah, you're so sweet. You can feel a good spirit vibe for me. Thank you. Right back at you. And you live in the UK, and I'm a huge fan of the UK in general. I love it out there. So I think all the UK folks that I've met are fantastic. So are you in England or Scotland? 'Cause I love both of them. But I'm a little extra partial to Scotland, I would say. But I spent quite a bit of. I am. It's so amazing. I mean, honestly, all of the UK, everywhere I've been, is fantastic. But Scotland has a really special vibe. England, okay, love England too. I love it. Oh, good. Crystal's gonna start working on manifesting her dog sanctuary by 50. These next 5 years are going to be about learning to thrive instead of just survive. I love that, Crystal. That is awesome. And I will be right here
Definitely.
to help you manifest that and make that happen too. I mean, it's a dog sanctuary. It's helping doggies of the world. Like, what could be more pure and deserving than that? That's so awesome. Good. Okay. Well, yeah, JT, you just let me know what's up. Just to let you know that I have ADHD and autism. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sure that that is a challenge for yourself, but it's nice to let everybody know where you're at. But I think it's really cool that you are a spiritual witch too. I hope that you are manifesting some good things for yourself. Got some nice
Indeed.
people in here. Yeah, we've got Australia and England, and we got the East Coast, and we got the West Coast. It's great. Ooh, Crystal
Right.
is going to hopefully be adopting a new doggy soon. She gets to meet him.
Oh, yay!
He's really
Yay!
cute. Yeah, so her doggy Loki can
That's
have a
awesome.
friend. It will be
All
great.
right.
It'll be great.
And I also see Walt. Dolores is good. Dolores is good. She's chilling. She has some things that need some fixing, so we're hoping to get some of that done before we head out for a long tour. We're planning for a hopefully hopefully long tour again in September. Um,
Ooh, really?
so we've got to do some things before then.
So short tour March and then long tour September is
Yeah,
the plan.
yeah.
Cool.
And I don't know if there's going to be anything in between. We haven't really discussed that yet, but those are kind of our two, um, at least bookends of the year.
That
So
sounds
we'll
awesome.
see what happens.
That sounds so
Yeah,
awesome. And then eventually you're going international.
yeah. I hope
Hopefully
so.
the
Oh my God,
Japan. We were talking about that when I was out there about you guys playing in Japan, which would be the coolest shit ever. But you know, there's a pandemic and shit just fucking everything up,
I
so we
know.
can't make any plans as far as that goes, which is so sad. But at least you know, like driving around the country, it's. I feel like that's easier and safer, and you probably won't have as many cancellations and stuff like that as you might have
Yeah,
flying.
right. And that would be a super big bummer too. Like if we got, overseas and then suddenly like things started getting weird and canceling, or if we couldn't come home or whatever,
Yes.
like, God forbid that happens, right? So, um, yeah, it's just like, I mean, just with all the restrictions and stuff, it's just like it's not necessarily smart. At least personally for us, it's not a smart move to try to do that right now. Um,
Yeah.
doing stuff stateside is definitely better.
Yeah.
Even like if we were to be able to come up to Canada, that would be still better because at least we're on the same continent, right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
at
For sure.
home, we can probably get home easier than trying to like fly across the ocean. Like, oh no, okay, we're Dutch now, like sort of thing,
Well, you heard
which doesn't totally
what
surprise me.
happened during the beginning of COVID in Italy. Actually, one of
Hmm.
Tavia's friends, I think that he was out there playing with a band. I don't remember the specifics, but as far as I remember, the guy was out there playing with a band on tour in Italy and got stuck out there for like a long time.
Yeah.
And he didn't have
Hmm.
any money and he didn't have anything. And people bestowed kindness upon him. But I think it was like maybe a month or something like that that he was stuck because they like locked everything down and everything was getting crazy in Italy. It was like when everyone in Italy was dying and they were like, you can't leave. And he's like, I don't live here. I don't have any money. I don't live here. And it would be really spooky to have something like that
Yeah.
happen. At least if something happened where they're like, oh, you can't fly on an airplane back to Vegas, like you could always drive or whatever if it was that kind of scenario. But with all your gear and everything, it totally adds another element of things too. Because what if your gear can't get flown back or whatever? Like, it's just no time to fuck around with that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
well,
That's why I said like going somewhere like, Canada, if we had to do that or whatever, at least it would be like we'd have a better shot of being like, okay, well we're in a vehicle, can we just like drive home?
yes.
Like can we just go? But um, being in a completely different country where you're like not anywhere land based to it, like you're not landlocked to it at all.
Yeah.
That's yeah,
Yeah.
can't really do that.
Yeah. I
I
think
think
that would,
our best bet would just be like drive across Russia into Alaska. Like that'd be our best bet.
dude, it's so crazy. This world is so crazy right now. It's such a crazy experience where you never know what on earth is happening next. What's happening next? We don't know. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? We don't know. Are we going to get locked down again? Are we not going to get locked down again? Can we fly? Can we travel? Maybe, maybe not. Like, yo, it's fucking weird. It's totally weird. And Sarah, I did just see. I just scrolled up and saw. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry you lost both of your parents. That is so sad. My goodness. Well, we all have our times, and unfortunately, some are earlier than others. You know,
Indeed.
Roxy sadly lost her mom last year too, so I think she understands what that's like.
100%.
That sucks.
Yep.
I wish I
It's the
got to meet
crappiest
her.
club ever.
Yeah, yeah. Dusty's in the club too. Man, it's rough. So okay, like just JT, my cousin's wife went home to Japan like over a year ago, maybe a year and a half, and she hasn't been allowed back since. Ooh, but I think she's just trying to leave him. Ouch.
Oh, okay, that's a
Damn.
little brutal.
Yeah, that's
Like,
terrible. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, look.
it's like, I just can't come back. So sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Oof. Ouch. Oh, looks like
Mm,
JT's in the shitty club too. Damn. I'm sorry,
yeah.
everybody. That's rough. My mom was really sick with COVID, and I was hoping that she would make it, and she did. Thank goodness make it, but it was really rough. It was last November, and it was really bad. So, well, good night. Good night to you. Thank you so much
Good
for
night,
being
Mom.
here. We love you. And Chris put the link to that show when I was with RGP. So if you want to check that out, go ahead and give it a go and report
Thanks
back.
for your question.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you were here. Oh, your mom did go from COVID, JT. Fuck.
Oh,
Damn, man.
fuck.
I'm so
Poor
sorry.
Diane.
That is crazy. But you know what? At least
Too many
this new
damn people.
variant isn't as bad. I'm so glad that this new variant is less aggressive as far as causing hospitalizations. More people are getting sick, but less people are dying as a result. So
Yeah.
we got to be grateful at least for that. Oof.
Yeah.
And
I know
Delta,
so many people here are sick with it. Like every day I wake up and another friend has it and it's just like, ah. So I'm just like trying to avoid humans at all costs, like if
I
possible,
know.
which is hard when like your entire job is, to be around people. It's
Yes.
really difficult to, we just do what we can and wash hands and wear our masks and don't, you know, get too close to people if we can help it and, kind of thing. But it's tough.
It is.
But,
And
you can't turn down work at this point. Like, it's so, the whole situation is so volatile still. It's like, unless it's something that's really risky, like really dangerous, um, we got a call or we got an opportunity to potentially fill in for somebody, but it was like a house party situation, and it would have been really cool any other time,
right.
like
Right.
literally any other time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, man.
yeah,
It's rough like you guys being out in crowds, but at least you're on the stage and you're removed
yeah,
so you're not in the crowd. That's really good. And then a lot of times, especially on Fremont, you have your green room area. So at least you have the option to kind of keep your distance. With my job, I do not have much of an option to keep a distance. I'm a server for anybody that does not know me on that level yet. I am a server. I work at a wizard pub and it's so fun. It's such a cool spot, and it had been trying to open up for like almost 4 years, and it's so cool. I actually took Chris and Roxy when they came to visit before they were open. I took them to get the tour of the space and to meet the head wizards of school. It's a great spot, but I'm
it was
touching everybody's
awesome.
shit.
Such a cool place.
I'm touching everybody's straws and cups and forks and napkins, and it's freaky. And we're actually closed right now because of COVID. They shut down for like 2 weeks because of COVID breach. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
So like with that one, like I can't not touch your germs. It's so sad.
Hmm.
Oh,
It's
Sarah saw a
brutal.
picture of your mom and she said she's very pretty. That's really sweet. Oh.
Oh, thank you. She is very pretty.
But yeah, the bar that I work at, it's really really fun. It's a really cool spot, and the fact that everybody's really happy to be there right now because we are booked out until April. Right now, it's called the Splintered Wand. If any of you guys want to look it up, if you look up Splintered Wand Seattle, you can see some photos of it, and there's a
It's
bunch
so
of articles.
cool.
It's really cool. But everyone's really happy to be there, so it makes me feel better. If I was just working at, like, I don't know, fucking Chili's or something like that, I'd be like, God damn it, I'm risking this for fucking Chili's. But knowing that it's like a really special place and people are really excited, people dress up all the time too. People wear like Harry Potter outfits and like just get like super wizardy and magical and glitter and like all this shit. It's really fun. We had some people come in a couple weeks ago in like full blown like battle armor. Like I guess they probably wear it to conventions and stuff, but they had like full battle armor on and I'm like, "You guys are fucking awesome. Like who are you? I love you." It's awesome. I love Uncle Scar. Welcome. Hell yeah.
Wow.
It's so funny. I just thought about you when I said Chili's. And I just thought, oh, too bad I love Uncle Scar's not here. She loves Chili's. And then you popped right up. That was amazing.
That was the I love Uncle Scar call. Just started talking about
Yeah,
Billy.
you just start talking about Chili's and she'll come out of the woodworks for sure. Yeah, it's super, super fun. See? Best place on earth. I think I really summoned you with my Chili's comment.
That's so funny.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
That's so funny.
But yeah, like I was just saying, it just makes it feel better. Like it's more rewarding having people come in, even though I know it's COVID time and it sucks. I'm like, okay, well, at least you guys are really enjoying the experience. Thank you for that.
And
So,
like going all out apparently too. That's pretty cool.
some people seriously go all out, like full blown costume status, like cosplay. I love it. I think it's so fun. And then there's some really boring normies there too, which is funny, where I'm like, you guys like fought for this reservation. Okay. And then they're like all just like plain and boring. And I'm like telling magical stories and they're like, okay. I'm like, all right,
They're like,
well,
yeah, okay, that happened.
yeah. I'm like, whatever. Try to make it fun. Like, don't you want to be fun? And some people, they don't really care too much. Um,
I gotta say though, like I will say this on a different level. Um, there's definitely been times where, you know, when we're playing shows and stuff, especially this last time we went to Laughlin, there was like this group of guys and they're like, some girls they were trying to get after or whatever. And we have a very we try to make it like fun. We're like super fun and like, everybody, we're having a good time and it's great, it's whatever. So Chris was like trying so hard to like get these guys to just be cool about it, but they were just like way too cool for school. Like we're not having any of our shenanigans. And it's like it's such a weird thing. It's such a weird thing to be like essentially playing a character and having somebody be like, yeah, cute. And it's just like I'm
yeah,
trying to put my energy there. Like, could you at least pretend to play along? Like, you know,
for
it's like if I
sure.
if I go somewhere, I know you're the same. If somebody's like, got the flashlight and they're like, and then the spirits came and were like, ooh, spirits, cool. Like,
Totally.
it's totally stupid, but we're like, appreciative of the, energy and time and
Yeah.
effort they're putting into the situation. But it's kind of funny sometimes, people are just like, it's not even, there's so much like not about it, like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, whatever, but they're just like, oh, sure, but are just like, no,
Yeah.
you know,
I remember I came in,
don't be that
I
way.
saw you guys play at Hennessy's one time, and there was this one table of people right in front of you guys. And I remember sitting back and watching. I don't remember which time it was. I've seen you guys a few times there. But you guys were like, yeah, what do you guys want to hear? Like, do you want to put some requests in? And they were just kind of like, nah. And they were on their phone. And I'm like, you are literally sitting up front. You are in the table that is right in front of the stage. You guys are so fucking lame right now. Like, come on. At least, like, pretend like you give a shit what's going on. Like, obviously, these guys are talented. Don't be dicks about it. Like, some people are just too cool. Like you said, too cool for school. they're just, I don't know, don't want to show too much enthusiasm. Maybe they're embarrassed around their friends or whatever, or they haven't drank enough, so they're not amped up. I don't know, but I feel like it's so boring. Like, don't be so boring. Like, you don't have to be all like super animated, but at least like acknowledge that somebody's doing a job and they're trying, even if it's like theatrical, especially if it's theatrical. Like on tours, I noticed this on tours. I love taking tours all over the place. I love tours, whether it be ghost tours, historic tours, you know, like whatever. I love tours. And I notice a lot of times when there is a group of people in a tour, people get really timid and shy. They don't like to ask questions. They don't like to be in the front. Like all of a sudden there's like, you know, 12 people on a tour and everybody turns into little like silent mice or whatever. And I'm the one who is like up front and I'm like, ooh, what about this? Tell me about this. Tell me about this. And I feel like tour guides fucking love me because I'm actually interacting. They're not, you know, like not just standing there just talking and everyone's just staring. Like I was on a tour in Scotland, actually. I was talking about Scotland. I did a solo Scotland journey and I booked myself on this tour because I was like, well, I don't feel comfortable driving on the left-hand side of the road all over the place by myself. So I'm going to take this tour and, you know, I can just kind of do my alone thing if I want. If there's nice people on the tour, I can choose to hang out with them, but I don't owe anybody anything. I don't have to answer to anybody. I can kind of do what I want. So I'm on this tour and it was the last tour of the season. It was the end of October and the bus normally holds, I think it's like 10 or 12 people or something like that. It was like a little short bus. But there was I think there was like 8 of us, 6 or 8 of us or something like that. And I was like, oh, I'm sitting right up front in this bus. I was like so excited. And I kept asking all these questions. And the guy, like, he kept like talking to me directly a lot of times because he knew that I was listening and he knew that I was actually going to engage. I mean, 5 days in a bus with people and people are just like quiet, like calm down. Everything's fine. Like just relax. You can actually like talk or, you know, give 2 cents about things or whatever. Like, what are your opinions on these things? But for some reason, people get in groups and they just get really fucking quiet and it's awkward. It's so awkward. I feel for the tour guide. And my goal eventually is to be a tour guide. And I'm going to put the squash on that real fast. I'm going to be like, you tell me what you think about this thing. I'm going to try to make people feel comfortable, you know? And if I just need to do a monologue and sit there and tell you about shit, I'll do it. But I'd rather it be interactive, you know? So, of course, my Scottish tour guide, you know, he learned how excited that I was about geology because there's some of the oldest exposed rock in the entire world is in Scotland, is in the Highlands of Scotland. And when he started talking about that, I was like, I know, I've seen it on documentaries and I'm so fucking stoked. And I was like, make sure you tell me where the spots are. And I'm like collecting rocks and everything. So it was, I was just like, had pockets full of rocks. I was so.
Please let me know where your ancient rocks are so I can take them.
I will share them with you. I have so many. It was so, yeah, they're like 3.5 billion years old. It's crazy. It's really, really, really old rocks. And then we were going to go to a caldera, which anybody that does not know what a caldera is, it is a volcano which has sunken in after the magma chamber empties out. Boom, it falls down, makes a big hole, caldera. So we're on the Isle of Skye, and he's like, okay, everybody, we've got a really cool thing we're going to do today. Sammy, are you listening? And I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And I'm like, it's going to be good. And he's like, looks dead in the eyes to me, and he's like, we're going to a caldera. And I'm like, oh my God! And everyone's silent. Everybody else in the bus is just kind of like, that's cool. I'm like,
Right.
You're killing me. All of
Two
it.
people don't understand.
Like, so,
You know, that's it. You're all fired from this tour.
everybody's fired. Everybody's fired. Like, come on, man. There's like so much fun stuff in this world. And I don't know, people just, you know, everybody's different. Everyone's got different personalities, and that's totally fine. But it just makes me sad when I feel like people aren't comfortable being able to interact like that when they're in a group. And then some people are not comfortable with a microphone or on a stage. Some people get like really stressed out whenever there's a a microphone or people are looking at them or something like that, you know? I'm like, and I get it. And I feel really bad for people that have like really bad anxiety with that. As a karaoke host, oh my God, people would be like, I really want to sing the song, but I'm having a panic attack. And I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Just sing the song. I want to be like, just sing the song. It's fine, you know, but like that's not helping because they're just having an emotional response. Like, when have you ever told a woman to calm down and it works? You know, like it doesn't work.
Right?
So yeah, yeah. The whole bus needed a punch in the cooter. I know. I agree. I'm just saying. But yeah, I don't know. I love taking tours and I love learning stuff. And how am I going to learn if I'm just sitting back and not asking
Yeah.
questions?
Well, I think it's interesting too, like the reactions of tour guides that don't get asked a lot of questions, and you can tell because they like don't know what to say to you when you ask a question. So that happened to us when we were in Salt Lake City. We went to Temple Square, and so we got like a tour of a bunch of the different buildings, where the Mormon church is and stuff like that. And it was really cool. The architecture is like amazing, and everybody's like super nice and really down for like to answer your questions and whatever. So we go up on the roof, and they have like this kind of garden area with like some fountains and stuff. And so there's two girls that are leading the tour, and we're all up front like asking a bunch of different questions. And so uh there's like this huge like garden full of just like flowers and weeds and like all sorts of stuff. And so Chris goes, how many species of plants are up here? And they just kind of stopped and looked at each other, and they were like, I don't know. No one's ever asked us that before. And it was just like, really? No one's curious about like what all these are or like what's in here? Like there's so many things. But I guess people just kind of like walked up there and walked around, looked around and left, kind of thing. So
It's
that was, but you could
weird.
like tell that like no one's ever actually asked us that before, so we don't know. I'm like, oh, okay, well that's cool.
It's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why if you're going on a tour, is it like an Instagram selfie tour? Are you just trying to tell people you went on this tour? Or are you actually trying to learn about the place that you're at? Like, come on.
Yeah, I feel like for us, and we've had this conversation before, like when Chris and I go to museums, we take forever. And we want to like do all the things and read all the things. Oh, there's a video, give me those headphones, like, kind of a thing. And but I mean, we've gone to museums before where people just kind of like breeze through, and it's like, dude, you paid money for this. Like, don't you want the full
Yes.
the full thing,
Yes, dude, we went
the full
to the
Monty?
British Museum. I've been to the British Museum 3 times. And I still haven't seen everything in the fucking museum because there's so much. And we went with some friends when we before we went to Ireland. I was with how many of us was there? There was 5 of us. And 2 of my friends, after about an hour, they were totally chill. They weren't trying to rush us, but they're like, "Hey, we're gonna go across the street and get some pizza." And I'm like, you're gonna leave the British Museum that I have been to 3 times and I still haven't seen everything in it. And you're gonna go get pizza. Meanwhile, it's Tavia's very first time at the British Museum, and she is just silent and crying. Like she's so cute. She gets really intense when we're in like really like magical places like that. She gets really quiet and soaks it all in, and she just like has tears coming down her cheeks. So she was like standing in front of this like
Oh,
Egyptian magical statue or whatever, and I'm getting a text from the other people like, okay, you guys take your time, we're just gonna go get pizza. I'm like, wow, it's very different, and everybody's entitled, it's fine, but I just thought it was strange where I'm like, what? It's totally weird. So yeah, so I think we would be great museum people together because we can spend forever
yeah.
in a museum.
I mean, as far as like my goal, and I'm hoping it would happen. It would take a lot of planning and a lot of time, but I really want to go to the Smithsonian. I've never been to the Smithsonian.
Me neither.
And that's like the mecca of all museums kind of thing, especially in the US. So, but our old roommate mentioned that you need like 2 weeks to go through every building, and because it's like a
2 weeks.
complex, there's like so much
What?
stuff. And I'm like, okay, are we talking about like 2 weeks of like your, moderate museum goer, or are we talking about the people that want to look at every little thing and read all the stuff? Because if that's the case, then we're going to need like a month.
Shit. Yeah, I'm in. I'm in for that shit. We went to the
Yeah.
Museum of Natural History in New York, but I forgot why, but we ended up getting there towards the end of the day. We had something else going on. So we only had like, I think it was like maybe an hour and a half or something like that. And it was like hell.
Mhm.
Because we were like, okay, we need to choose wisely. We need to make a choice. So here's all the options of what we can do. We only have an hour and a half. I want to like Harry carry myself for, dishonoring this museum right now. But what are we going to do? So we chose Titanosaur. We went and saw the Titanosaur skeleton. And there was other stuff that we saw too, but I was like, whatever we need to do to make sure that we see this Titanosaur, we're fucking seeing it. But then they were closing and we had to leave. And I was like, oh, I could spend like a year in here, man. Like, it's like the New York Museum of Natural History. So I will go back. I will definitely
Yeah.
go back for sure eventually. I just want to
Yeah.
see all of the museums. And just to answer your question real
Yeah.
quick, I did see your question, Sarah. What did I think of Ireland? And your dad is from there. That's awesome. I absolutely loved Ireland. I loved it. I had so much fun. We met so many fantastic people. It was so beautiful. We went to some really old sites, got to see some really special, special stuff. And I definitely look forward to going back to Ireland again. We made friends with people that own a castle. They have an Airbnb castle. And we have been told we are welcome anytime to come back and hang out with them in their castle. So, like, how could you pass that shit up? How many people
Right?
can say, I have friends that own a
Seriously.
castle that want us to come and hang out? We got to go. It's great.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, but Chris and I had a similar kind of experience to what you were talking about um, in Detroit. We went to Detroit, and oh, good night, Steve Scott.
Good night, Steve. We love you. Sweet dreams.
And so we went to Detroit, and we were going there. Chris got me tickets to go see the Red Wings play at Joe Louis Arena, and being big hockey fans, we're like, we gotta go because they're closing the arena, and this is like the last season they're playing there, so we gotta go. So he got me tickets. We go. So the day of, we're putting around and we get some breakfast. And we're like, well, what do we want to do for the next few hours before we have to head over to the game? And so we just happened to be next to the Henry Ford Museum. And we're like, okay, well, there's like a Groupon thing, and it's like, a bunch of cars or whatever. So let's just like go look at old cars because it's the Henry Ford Museum. So of course there'd be old cars. So we ended up somehow like going through like the back entrance somehow.
Hmm.
And it was like a bunch of old vehicles and tractors and like the very first John Deere tractor and like all this kind of stuff. So we're cruising around. We're like, this is cool. The original Oscar Mayer Wienermobile
Oh,
was in there.
cool.
And
Neat.
it was fun. So we're going through and we're like, okay. And we come around the corner. There's so much more than cars. Like so freaking much more. And we're like, what the heck? Like one of the very first desks that sat in Congress was there. Mary Lincoln's personal desk was in there. And like all
Wow.
kinds of crazy historical stuff. And just, I mean, like like random things. Like there was this whole room, this whole exhibit that was dedicated to this family that lived there. And it was like all of their belongings that were found in an attic. And so they were like, there's all this cool old stuff about this family that owned some businesses, and they were, um, pretty prominent in the community. So let's just make a little exhibit for them. And it was really
That
cool.
sounds
And there was just so much.
awesome.
And we got to see the Rosa Parks bus, and we got to sit in the Rosa Parks bus, which was really
Really?
cool.
Oh, wow. That's
It was
so
awesome.
cool.
It was very cool. But we were just kind of cruising around, and one of the curators comes over and he's like, hey guys, how you doing? Is there anything you guys been looking to see? And we're like, no, we're just cruising around. And he's like, well, unfortunately, we close soon, but would you guys like to see one of our newer exhibits? And it was the Rosa Parks bus. And so he gives us
Awesome.
like this whole presentation about like how they found it and how they restored it and all this other stuff in the story, and it was great. And he asked us, he was like, "Oh, did you guys see the village out front?" And we were like, "No, I think we came in another door." And he's like, "Oh, you guys came in the back way." And we're like, "Yeah." So there was like a whole half of a museum and an outside thing that we didn't even get to go do, and like all this stuff.
Oh my
And so we
goodness.
we were like, "Okay, next time we come here, we know that we have to like come early, like make a day of it, kind of thing." And that's the weird thing about growing up in Vegas, especially, is everywhere else things are open from like 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then all those things close, and then other things open up from like 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. But nothing is open like the entire time,
That
except for like
sucks.
Denny's.
Which is totally notable, by the way.
Yeah, yeah,
Love Denny's. But yeah, you have a lot of really cool things in Vegas though that are unique to the rest of the world. And I think that you're lucky for that. You're very lucky for that because not as many places have like so much theatrical and weird shit. But it doesn't seem like it's as focused around like science museums and natural history type of stuff. Maybe you have them and I don't know, but I haven't heard of like the best science museum in the world is in Vegas. It's more like
yeah,
weird kitschy shit, right?
yeah. Because like it's strange because we're not like we're a big city, but we're not like a metropolitan mecca like New York or Chicago or LA or anything like that. Like we have cool stuff that is, pretty unique to Vegas, right? Like um when Paul was on talking about the atomic testing museum, it's like we used to test atomic bombs out here. So there's a whole museum for that because that's just what we did here.
That's so cool.
Um like Christelle said, mob museum. So that's, but it's like the Vegas mob.
Oh,
Not like
interesting.
it intertwines with the Chicago mob and the New York mafia and like all that stuff, but it's like mostly Vegas based. Um, so that kind of stuff is cool. And then we have our Natural History Museum, which you know, good on them making an appearance in the Bad Taxidermy group on Facebook. A
Yes.
terrible bobcat.
Anybody that's not following the Bad Taxidermy group on Facebook, please do yourself a favor and follow it right now. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, yeah,
The Bad Bobcat. Oh
yeah.
man. Oh man, speaking of
Terrible
bad
bobcat.
taxidermy, we went to a museum. Me and Dusty went to a museum in Philadelphia, and it was called the Royal College, or sorry, the College of Surgeons. The Royal one was in London. But yeah, it's the College of Surgeons Museum. And looking at all the museums out there, there's so many museums. And they were, people had like varying reviews. They're like, if you really love history and stuff, you'll like it. But it's not a traditional museum. And we're like, okay, we're in. What is this going to be? And it's where old building where they used to teach the, uh, the medical people about, I don't know, I guess all of the things that involve I guess that how can I put this? Sorry, I'm totally not speaking clearly in any way right now. So back in the day, 1800s or whatever, they're teaching people how to be doctors and they have to teach them all the stuff that they know, but they don't know very much. So they have all of these like body parts in jars, weird little fetus skeletons and stuff. It's all handwritten little notes about this is what we've learned so far about these things. And there was a lecture hall where they would do lectures and they would like show people, I don't know, autopsies and all this kind of stuff, teaching people how to be doctors. But it was the coolest fucking place ever. I loved it. But what made me think about it is the bad taxidermy. Yo, they had so many animals and stuff, and it was so fucking bad. And Dusty
Wait,
made one of it.
was it for like
Huh?
veterinary too? Or was it just like they tested stuff, like doing experiments with
I
with
don't
animals and things? Like,
know.
'cause that makes sense.
I
But
don't know, but they had like gems and minerals and stuff like that there too. So they were like, hey, we're going to teach you all about like the planet. Also, you're going to learn about the human body. So I don't know. Maybe they had gotten different collections from other places and just put them on display in there. But it was the coolest place. We fucking loved it. And there was nobody else in there. No one. We were the only people in this whole entire gigantic room with all of the stuff. It was so cool. But the fucking taxidermy, dude, it was the worst shit. It was like, 150-year-old taxidermy. Oh, Dusty's took a photo. I might have taken the photo. Somehow there was a photo of this creature that I can't even tell you what the fuck it was. I don't even know. I don't know. And he had it as his profile picture for like an exceptionally long period of time. And it's just this like like this like ridiculous
Oh my
creature's
God.
face. And I was like, this is
That is
so fucking
so
funny.
funny.
It was before I was in the Bad Taxidermy Facebook page, and I'm like, oh my God, I wish I was in it then because I would have put so many things up. It was fucking great. Oh,
That's hilarious.
lady,
Oh, is
we
it
have one.
this?
What? Did you?
Wait, is
Yes!
it that?
Yes! Yeah. Like, what even is it? A beaver?
It looks like it's like a woodchuck, maybe?
Maybe. It could be a woodchuck.
Or like some sort of squirrel beast thing. That's hilarious. I don't know if anybody was able to actually like
Yeah.
totally see it, but it's like that.
Look at its eyeballs. They're all burnt. Like, oh my God. It's so fucking funny.
And for those of you that are new to the channel, that's not actually what Dusty looks like. Just for the record.
Yes, Joe, we do have a Discord, but I haven't used it properly yet. I don't really know real good how to do it so much, and I don't think about it a lot, but I really want to use it as a resource because, for example, stuff like this, we could put photos in there. It could be like, oh, we'll put it at the Discord in this thing, but I haven't done that yet. So thank you for reminding me. It is a new year. We are being responsible and motivated and focus. We're having more focus this year. So anybody that is not on the Discord, you should join it. And I promise I'm going to do my best to try to keep it going. I actually made different channels about different topics. Because I was like, okay, dreams, people can talk about all their weird dreams or stuff like that. But like, I never actually started any conversation. So there's a bunch of channels that if you have anything you'd like to add into those channels to start the ball rolling, that would be super cool. So we'll figure that out. But you're right, because there's so many things, like especially every Monday when I do Weird News of the Week, I could put all the links to the articles that we talked about. I could do that. I'm not doing it though.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. But I need to. I haven't done it yet, but I will. Yeah, and then like lady, like you could pop some pics of in there too. Let's start it. Let's get the ball rolling. Everybody join the Discord. Let's fucking do it. Inspired by Mystery Podcast. There you go. Easy enough. Easy to find. But yeah, I think you would have loved that the museum in Philly. It was really, really neat. But the best Royal College of Surgeons museum is in London. And it is so fucking awesome as far as like anybody that likes macabre and anything anatomy based at all. This is 100% the place that you need to go. It's 98% body parts and jars. All body parts.
Oh, wow.
Animal body parts, full animals, human body parts. There's an entire penis jar section where it's all dicks and jars. It was fucking great. And like little fetuses too. They'll have like little tiny ones and they show the different like sizes. There was a face in a jar. A face.
Oh, wow.
A fucking face. And they had a lot of
We
weird.
have the body exhibit.
Oh yeah, I love the bodies exhibit. I love that shit. It's so awesome.
Yeah. Probably not as in depth as the royal, surgeon place or whatever.
Yeah.
So I have to ask. So that was in England, you said, right?
Yeah.
It was in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did they have a whole section dedicated to Burke and Hare and their lovely contributions to the?
They didn't. I wish that they did. But this was basically like just where all of the doctors would come and learn. So they had a lot of visual references. But yeah, there wasn't a shout out to that. Although I did go to the White Hart pub in Scotland, which was where they picked up a lot of their victims. So that was very well known as the spot, Burke and Hare's spot, which was pretty cool. I was there on their
What a
500th
strange.
anniversary.
Oh, really?
There was a sign that said it's the 500th anniversary of the White Hart Pub.
Wow.
And I got to go to a 500-year-old pub. It was awesome. That's a really cool
Yeah.
story. I think we might have talked about that on the podcast before, actually. I don't know. I talk about this
Yeah, I
kind of
think we
shit
have.
often. But, you know, just for anybody that might not know the story, do you want to tell the story? Want me to tell the story?
I guess you can fill me in. You can fill me in because you were actually there. So it's like you can, you were in the place where it happened. So
I was.
so yeah. So Burke and Hare were these two gentlemen back in the day, and they found out that the basically the Royal Medical College was paying people for cadavers to work on. So they kind of started with grave robbing, and once that kind of went dry and they weren't fresh enough and there weren't enough fresh bodies and they weren't getting paid the amount for fresh bodies, well, what do you do when you need a fresh body?
Dig them up.
You start murdering people.
Well, first you start digging them up. And then you
Well, it's
realize
like, yeah,
that
they
that
started with grave
sucks.
robbing, and once that ended, it was like, well, we need something more fresh.
Yes. So they started going to the pubs and meeting women who seemed maybe, floozies of the day or whatever, like people that the undesirables necessarily. And they would be like, oh, hey, come back to my house. And then they would kill them and then bring the bodies in and make plenty of money off of it. And they got away with it for a long time. Far too long.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when, you're, the intake person and these two guys keep like randomly just being around when people are dropping dead 15 minutes ago. Like, it's like, no, really? That's interesting. No. But, that at that time, if I'm not mistaken, there was kind of a space race of medical knowledge going on at the time. So they were just kind of, accept the bodies now, do the experiments now, ask questions later. So as long as, the fresh ones kept coming in, it was like, okay, we're just going to ignore the fact that this is now the fifth person you brought to our door, but that's okay because we really need it.
Yep. Yep. They really did. They really did need that. And, at least they had that, like, don't ask no questions situation because, like, in New Orleans, they were just taking slaves and just hacking them up and doing weird shit to these slaves. So that
Dude.
sucks because then you just know exactly outright what it is that you're doing. At least they were like, I hope that these nice ladies died of natural causes. Yes? Natural causes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
20? Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Ooh, there's a museum we went to in Paris that had a lot on display. It was an odd mix of torture devices and medical devices. That sounds really cool, actually. That sounds cool. Oh, man, at the London Tower of London, they have a torture chamber museum. It's a little intense.
Wow.
Like they have
Yeah.
where they would draw and quarter people and racks and the whole they have all of that down there and you're like, oh shit, this is where it happened. Oh my god.
Yeah. And that's like really why, I'm a big history buff. I love history stuff and just like learning about where we came from and how far we've come and how far we haven't, in some cases. But it's just like, over there, it's just so much older. It's just so much older. Like they've had so much time to do things and learn things and, teach other people things. And it's such a cool just thing altogether that like something could be that old and still standing.
Yes.
Or people that did this 500 years ago and we're still talking about it because it was like the first time this ever happened and we've learned from that since then, kind of thing. And like we do have really great history here, but it's not 800 years old or 1200 years old.
It's not. I mean, if we see a building that was made in 1898, we're like, damn, that shit's old. Like the oldest building and pub in Seattle, it's 1898. Which to us, that's super old. It's all brick building. It's all old timey inside, and we're like, wow, it's so historic, and it is for
Yeah.
us. I mean, it's still
Right.
1898. Times were very different, so it's still substantial. Although I have sat on benches that were older than the entire country of the United States.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, like
You're like, I've drinking out of a pint glass that was older than that. Yeah.
fucking A, yeah. So the perspective really shifts when you go to some of these places where, like, looking at some of the graves that I've seen are like, 400 or 500 year old tombstones and stuff. Actually, in Greece, there was ones that are, shit, 1500 BC or something like that. So 3,500-year-old grave markers. It makes the ones in
Yeah.
Scotland that are 400 years, which I feel like, wow, 400 years, that's so much older than America. And then I'm seeing 3,500-year-old grave markers, and I'm like, fuck. Talk about
Yeah.
perspective. And then even in Greece
Yeah.
alone, like Athens, like Athenian Greece, that was, closer to the year zero, basically. So about, like 300 BC or whatever, they built the Parthenon sometime around then. So it's that's a long ass time ago. It's over 2,000 years ago. But then you go to Crete, and being in Crete, they're like, yeah, this happened like 2,000 years before Athenian Greece stuff even happened. Like,
That's
like
crazy.
even vastly before. Like, actually, my necklace that I'm wearing, it is the Phaistos disc, and it was found. Well, this is a silver reproduction, but the actual tablet was found in Phaistos, which is in Crete, and this place was a like hustling and bustling city of the times, a Minoan city, and it ceased to be a city in about 1400 BC because of the eruption of ancient Thera. It caused all these horrible tidal waves and earthquakes and everything, but it had existed for, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 years or whatever beforehand. It was a city that was there for 2,000 years, and 3,500 years ago it stopped. And then you can go there now. And all of that was 1,000 years before the Parthenon. 1,000 years, and that was when it was finally done. Like, it's just so crazy. Like, having the perspective of time like that is just nuts, and getting to travel to places and touch these things and be in the presence of some of these things is just so fucking magical. It's so awesome. That's why I love traveling so much, because there's just so much to see, and it's hard to have that perspective without actually like standing in a
Yeah.
360 of this shit. So I can't wait.
Right.
And
I mean, and it's so funny too, 'cause like because I've never been abroad. Um, Hopefully one day I will. But it's like, thinking about stuff like that is just so mind blowing because like, the very first time that I saw the Golden Gate Bridge, I like had a moment because I'd seen it in so many movies and in so many TV shows and all that stuff, and then it like was there, like it was just there in all of its red rusted glory, just like this
yeah.
thing that I've seen so many times in pictures, and then
Mm-hmm.
there it was like in front of me, I could touch it if I wanted, and that was just like such a weird thing for me because I that was the first time I'd ever seen it, and that was right before COVID. That was like in 2019.
Oh wow,
Um,
you're from
yeah, so
from
it's like,
California, but you had never seen it until that time. Wowie.
yeah, well, yeah, because San Francisco, from where I was born, is still like 9 hours. Like it's still like a really long way away.
That's fair.
We just like never really had a reason to go. Never really had a reason to go up there when I was a kid. So we never did. But when Crimson Riot played out there for all the Top Golf stuff, we had a day that we could go cruise around and everything. So we went to the Golden Gate Bridge because I'd never seen it, and it was just, yeah, it was like such a thing. And then same way with the Gateway Arch in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
To see it in person and it's like massiveness, right?
Massive.
Was
It's
just
fucking
such a
huge.
crazy, yeah. So um, I can't imagine being in front of like, you know, Buckingham Palace, even like something as simple as that,
Yeah.
just being like, holy crap, this is like the place, you know.
It is amazing seeing these things on like documentaries or travel shows or whatever, and then all of a sudden being there. It's so fucking cool. Like Pompeii was my number one besides Egypt. So Egypt and Pompeii, and I wanted to do Pompeii first. I wanted to save Egypt for later. But going there, like after seeing every documentary that I could possibly watch on it and seeing all of these photos, but then actually being there, it was totally different. And I didn't even realize how big it was before I went there. I
Hmm.
did not realize the stature of how magnificently large of a place that has been excavated. So, yeah, it's like getting to stand in the presence of these things like the Golden Gate Bridge or fucking Pompeii. Like, it's so awesome. And that's why I
Hmm.
love traveling so very much. Like, I feel like it's so important for people to go and see other things and get this perspective. I feel like it's helped enhance my life a lot too, just being able to have, different views of things and appreciate different things. Like, whenever I leave Europe, I get really sad to come back to the States because I'm like, great, we have all this badass shit here, like here I am in whatever country, and there's all this old stuff and all this like beautiful architecture. Then I'm just gonna go back and it's gonna be like stucco and, like crappy, like, ticky tacky
Yeah.
houses, like damn it. Like, why don't we care? Like, it always makes me sad. But I do remember some of the things that I do love about here. And I think about that because my goal is to live in Europe eventually. So I know that there's things that I'm really going to miss too. So every place has something really special. I just wish we had more history because I'm such a history person. I love history so fucking much. And I feel like we got robbed of that history here because any of the native history that was here, we just pretty much whitewashed over it and sent them to
Yeah.
reservations, and like that culture has just been erased in a lot of ways. Not in all ways, especially here
Yeah.
in the Pacific Northwest, that they do try to honor that as much as they can. But, you know, it's all, we just like took their land and built a bunch of shit on it. That's going to last
Yeah.
60 years before it falls apart and then we have to rebuild it again. It's crazy.
Hey, China cats. Hello.
Hello, welcome. Nice to have you. Hey.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I feel it's like, very, very much like that. Like you think of, um, like the picture, um, you look at a certain angle of, the pyramids at Giza, for example, and it looks like it's just like in this vast desert wasteland. And here's these ancient pyramids that have been here for thousands of years. And it's, all by itself. And you got to go miles to go find it and like all this other stuff. And then you turn the camera and it's like the city's literally right
It's
there.
right there.
Like you can have that as your balcony view if you want at that point.
Yep.
And, um, you know, but I know for sure that regardless of anything, those monuments will remain untouched forever.
Yes.
You know, as opposed to here, like Vegas specifically, um, once a hotel or casino gets to be 40, 50 years old, we implode it and put something new.
That's
You know,
crazy. So there's
it's
no real
yeah,
history left
nuts.
there. It
No, there's
sucks.
there's pictures and there's stories and all that stuff, but it's like it's not there. Like you can't go to the Riviera. The Riviera is gone, and the Riviera was like a huge, you know, beacon on, you know, the strip back in the day. You can't go to the Sands where Frank Sinatra performed. The Sands isn't there anymore.
Damn.
Kind of stuff like that. So I think currently the oldest casino on the strip anyway is the Flamingo,
Which
which has been there for,
they
since the beginning.
renovated it though. They renovated a lot of it because I had went many years ago and I remembered specifically there was this really cool small bar that was just old and swanky and I felt like Frank Sinatra was going to walk in any fucking moment. It was a really cool little bar. And when we went back a few years ago, I was like, "Oh, I want to go back to the Flamingo. I want to find this little cool bar." And we walked all over that bitch. We asked people about it, and they're like, yeah, we've renovated stuff. Like, there is no bar like that. And I was just like, oh, no. Damn it. That was like something that stuck out to me as far as all the places I went in Vegas. That was a place I wanted to bring people to. And they just were like,
Yeah.
it's gone. Like, oh, neat.
Yeah.
Ruining everything. Thanks a lot, Fuck. And then even Circus Circus. I wanted to go see old Circus Circus. I mean, I watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and he's walking through Circus Circus, and I'd never been. And I'm like, one day I'm going to go and see this whole crazy thing. And now it is not nearly as cool as it was in that movie at all.
No.
It was still fine. No. Like, I played a bunch of games and stuff like that, but like, it was not the vibe that was portrayed in that movie at all. And that made me really sad because I thought it was going to be like this epic experience with like the nets, in the movie they had like the trapeze people and there's nets over you. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. That was not the thing. Yep. Actually, Sarah says, have you looked into the history of the Titanic? Yes, I actually know an awful lot about the Titanic. And in Vegas, funny enough, inside of the Pyramid building, inside of the Luxor, there is a Titanic exhibit that I've been to twice, and I will go again because it's absolutely awesome. Have you been to that exhibit, Rox?
Yes. When I was a kid, when Titanic first came out, I probably watched it way too young as far as like the movie goes. But my great aunt was like, "Oh, this is like a history movie. The kids will love it." So little did we know that,
love story. Yeah.
Kate Winslet, Tatas were going to be hanging out in it. Anyway, but the story, like I became like obsessed with the actual history of it. And that was like, I mean, I remember, Christmas presents for years following was some sort of Titanic thing. And I've watched every documentary I can get my hands on. They did a movie years ago called, I think it was called Into the Abyss or something like that, where I can't think of his name right now. The actor guy that played like the lead, scientist in the movie Titanic, him and James Cameron actually went down to the wreck, and he'd never actually been. He was just an actor. He was just in the movie. But they actually took him down to see
That's
it.
awesome.
And
that
Bill Paxton.
Cameron brought him.
Thank you. Bill Paxton.
Oh, I love Bill Paxton. I didn't realize that he got to go down there. That's so cool.
Yeah, and it was amazing. Like, just like the history of the ship and, how it got built and, all the complications with it and how it was like cursed from the get-go and nobody wanted to believe it and all this other stuff. And, and even though, Jack and Rose were made up for the movie, it's still the people that they did portray that were real, and their history with everything. And it's the whole story, while tragic, is super interesting. And yeah, when I was a kid, I was like obsessed. Like I've seen every documentary, I think, on
That's awesome.
Titanic ever, probably multiple times. When I first went to the Titanic exhibit here, like they have like the big chunk of the side.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
And I like had to have a seat. It was just enormous, and I'm like, that's a piece, like a piece, and this thing is like the size of a house, right? And it was just amazing.
When they show you the diagram of this is the actual Titanic and this is the piece that you're looking at, and it looks so big, but it's the tiniest little thing. Yeah. Yeah, we do know a lot of people died, and it's actually really cool in the exhibit. When you first go into the exhibit, they give you a card that has somebody's name on it, and it's an actual passenger's name, and you don't know until the very end if your passenger lived or died. So that is...
I've survived both that I've been.
Awesome. Actually, I did too. That's pretty good. We got good track records going. Yeah. But there's some really cool artifacts that they dredged up out of the sea. There's, plates and bowls and silverware and like all of this cool stuff. Like there's so much cool stuff that they were able to retrieve before it got completely destroyed. And it's really cool that they have it on display so you can just walk around and look at all this really cool stuff. And it's not a guided tour, so you can take your time and look at everything. It's so so cool. And there's a new Titanic. Do you guys know about the new Titanic?
Yeah,
They're
I heard about that.
recreating the fucking Titanic, and it's going to take the original route that it once took. I will say, I think that climate change is helping because there's not as many icebergs now, and I'm sure they'll be a lot more
Yeah.
careful.
Well, yeah, I think now because of like regulations and stuff, like you have to have enough lifeboats for everyone on board and like then some. You know, it's I've been on multiple cruises and they don't let you do anything. Like you barely get to put your stuff down before they're like, "Okay, we're having an emergency drill." Like so that we all know if anything goes sideways, this is what you do and you can't blame us because we're all here. There's plenty of room for everybody. Don't complain. Like this is what
Okay.
we're doing. So I think I would because like when I first saw that and it's like, oh, we're gonna redo this and we're gonna take the same route, and I'm like, great idea. That's
I
perfect. Yeah,
know. I
because nobody, how could that
know.
go wrong? But I think at this point in time, now that it's the modern day, I think that I would do it. But you better believe that I'm dressing to the nines the
Oh
whole time.
yeah, I would do it. I would
I'm not wearing
totally.
no jeans t-shirt on this trip. Like, I'm
Um,
wearing a hat that's this big the whole
I would
time.
love to do that, to just get dressed super fancy and do it. Sarah was asking about when the new Titanic is coming out, and it is says as soon as 2022.
Yeah. So I
So
think I think originally it was supposed to be last year, if I'm not mistaken. But then with all the COVID stuff, it kind of obviously didn't happen. But if it's out coming up this year,
this year.
or it's going to go through future years, um, yeah, I would do it just for the experience. But like I said, like if we want to go as a group or whatever, like you better get on my level with the costumes because
Yes.
it's gonna be mad.
Oh my God. I wonder how much it's going to be because the original Titanic was like the most money. Even for the class 3 passengers, it was still like a substantial amount of money. And then,
Yeah,
second class was definitely very reasonable. And then first class was like the equivalent, I think it was to like $100,000 or something like that. It was like a lot
ridiculous. Yeah,
of money.
stupid.
So I'm curious how much they're going to charge, especially for the novelty of it, or if at first, if it's going to be really expensive, and then they'll pop it down. But I will say, I would love to do it. I would love that experience of going on the Titanic. I have never been on a cruise ever. I have never done a big ship like that. It's absolutely terrifying just in general. Imagining being on a big ass boat in the middle of the ocean makes me
Yeah,
feel
well,
uncomfortable.
like Joe said, compared to modern day cruise ships, Titanic is small. Like that's a dinghy at this point. Like the
It's
cruise
true.
ships that they have nowadays are
And
huge.
sometimes they don't go
And
well.
yeah, and as someone who is afraid of deep water, we've had this conversation. I don't do the ocean. It was really pleasant both times that I've gone, and the second time was even a little rough because the water was super choppy. Um, so it wasn't, you know, the greatest experience in the world, but it was still really fun. And it's really, they design these ships so that even if there is a lot of choppy water, you can't really feel it. If you get motion sickness really easy, you're probably going to feel it.
I
Um,
do.
but they have like Dramamine on board and all that stuff. So if you're feeling sick, you're like, hey, I'm really feeling nauseous. They're like, take this pill and go to sleep. Um, so it's a lot of fun. But I know that there's a lot of things that could go wrong on a cruise ship that have gone wrong on cruise ships before. But the two times that I've been were extremely pleasant.
Okay. I would like to do it. It's something I'd really like to do. And I don't have like an extreme fear of it, but it does make me feel uncomfortable thinking about being that far from land with just
Yeah, and it's
scary
fun too
water.
because they plan it, and there's like so much to do that there's definitely moments where you kind of almost forget you're on a cruise ship and it just feels like you're in a fancy hotel. like you don't see the water, you don't feel it, you don't even
Sure,
really
sure, sure,
notice
sure.
that you're not just walking through a strip casino, you know.
Ooh, okay. The Titanic expedition is conducted as a series of 8-day missions starting in May and ending in June. Each seat costs $250,000 to $125,000. What?
That's so much.
That's so much. But it says that the capacity is 2,500 people. How are you going to get 2,500 people at that price? What? For
That's
8
really
different.
steep. Like, even for like, is that for insurance purposes if you do actually hit an iceberg and sink, or like,
Dude, that's so much money. Damn it, I was going to say let's fucking go, but I can't go. I can't go.
not with that, not that price.
No.
Also, I love Uncle Scar. What's the name of that book? Because I would love to read that. That would be so cute.
What
Well,
was the book?
sometimes so cute if they live. She was saying
What
that
book?
she has a book about actual love stories that happened on the
Oh,
Titanic.
that's so
I
cute.
love that.
I missed
I
that
would love
one.
that.
Wow, that's so fucking expensive. Damn, it's just gonna be a bunch of bougie assholes on there.
Not fair.
All the actors.
Watch. You know, Jeff Bezos is going to buy out the whole thing and just have a private Titanic
God
expedition.
damn it. You need to hurry up and get super famous. Everybody buy Crimson Riot albums so she could take us on the Titanic. Dang it. Because seriously, like,
There you go.
actors, they're like, oh, I made $12 million, like, in this movie or whatever. Like, that's a lot of Titanic tickets. We need to know some
Yeah,
actors that are generous.
yeah,
That would be good.
definitely,
Oh, you can get a 3D
absolutely.
puzzle of it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a
That's awesome.
really interesting historic situation, and it's so funny because they were like, "Oh man, it's the biggest boat ever, unsinkable, unfriggin' sinkable. Check this out," and then it sunk immediately.
Yeah.
Like it's
I mean,
ironic.
yeah, it totally is, and it's so unfortunate because it's like it could have been, but the way it got hit made it not unsinkable.
Yeah,
But if it had gotten hit in the correct spot, then okay, they could have bobbed for a while, you know, at least long enough to like try to get some help. But it's just like the whole thing was just, you know, I've read books and stuff like that. They're like, this thing was doomed from the get go. Like there was so much that was going wrong already. And then this happened, and it was just kind of like, oh, well, duh, this thing wasn't even supposed to float. Like, kind of thing. I'm like, oh,
wow.
God, you know.
And then it just cracked in
So,
half, which is probably the
yeah,
most terrifying thing ever for even the survivors. Watching the boat just crack in half.
as you're rowing away and you're like, oh my gosh, like I honestly can't even begin to put myself in a disaster situation like that. You know, it's like trying to put yourself in the shoes of people that were running during Pompeii, like as the ash is falling. Like you can't even, there's no situation that you'll be in, hopefully, in your life where like that's happening to you in front of your own eyeballs.
That's
You
that's
know?
extreme. That's definitely extreme circumstances, and that's the most stressful shit ever. Yeah, you're welcome to post a
Yeah.
link. You got it, Sarah. Yeah, I hope I never have to endure anything that traumatizing in my fucking life. There's a scene in the movie where someone falls from the top of the ship when it breaks in half. That scene has stuck with me all these years. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's fucked up.
Seriously.
Yeah. It's like
Oh, cool. There's the 3D puzzle.
that's awesome.
Oh, sweet.
I
Okay,
bet that's
cool.
pretty cool. Yeah, I love histories, and I also love disasters. Um, Not in the way in which I love disasters, but I'm really intrigued.
That's why she loves me.
I know, because you're such a disaster. No, it's really interesting. Like disaster movies, I love disaster movies. I like. I think I like it because it reminds me how fragile that everything is and how to never take anything for granted, even the unsinkable ship or whatever. And you never know what is going to happen next. So you better do good. You better live a good life. You better honor the day because you might not have another day. And who knows? Could it be an asteroid impact? Could it be a fucking disease? You know, could you just get hit by a bus? Like nobody knows what's going to happen. So you better not fuck it up. So that's why I think I'm really
Yeah.
intrigued by disaster scenarios too. I also just have like a macabre, dark sense about me anyway, so I find it intriguing. But I'm not glad that everybody died, for God's sakes, you know. But I do find it very interesting. Like, wow, this actually happened, and to try to imagine what it would be like to be in a circumstance like that in the ocean.
Yeah.
You watch the boat sink away, and you're just sitting in a little dinghy boat with
Yeah.
icebergs freezing in the night.
See, my biggest one is like not even like I like just the thought alone of like being in the boat watching this happen because this ship was so massive, right? Like so seeing this go down anyway would be crazy, but like as a person that's afraid of the ocean and being in it, like can you imagine being in it and like watching this thing sink and it's like going down below you and you just like no like I can't even I can't even begin to like verbally explain the
Yeah.
complete physical discomfort I have even thinking about being in that situation.
Fuck. With
Like it's
all the
so bad.
whales and crazy shit underneath you in the black ocean.
Oh no,
Oh, yeah,
no,
it's is that the
not
worst
good.
case scenario? Like what is your worst case disaster scenario? Is that it or is there something else that you feel like would be a worse disaster for you personally? Everybody in the chat
I
too, tell me what is your worst disaster scenario. Everybody answer this question. It'll be fun.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like there's like a couple different sort of things. So like you know we talked about the movie The Day After Tomorrow, where it's like this crazy weather situation where it's like it floods and then it freezes and there's like ice age. And I'm like, okay, I feel like if we knew that was coming, right, we could prepare, we could do things, okay, with COVID. Like there were a lot of people that didn't get a chance to do anything because we didn't know much about it, but like we had the opportunity to like go, okay, here's the protocols, follow them, or bad crap could happen to you. Um, and I feel like with you know like an asteroid or something, you know that's just kind of a well, this is happening kind of thing.
Yeah.
But being adrift in the ocean, there's just like you don't know how for how long, you don't know what's happening. There could be something that could eat you, maybe not. But I'll tell you, if I was like adrift in the ocean, something touched my leg, like I'd probably just die from fear.
I'd have a heart attack right then
It
and
wouldn't
there.
even have a chance to eat me. It could be a shoe, and I would just be like, ugh, and just like yeah, just like fear, stress, heart attack, like right on the spot.
That's fair.
It's like yeah,
That's a
yeah.
very fair, scary scenario. That for that to be the worst, I feel you on that one. Crystal
And I'm sure
said,
Dusty Rockets is on my team on that one.
I think so. I bet. Where is he? He's somewhere. He'll pop in. But Crystal says The Impossible. Did you see that movie, The Impossible? About the tsunami?
No.
Oh, it was a thing about the tsunami, the Thailand one that happened where it killed all those people. It's actually based on a true story. Tony Collette
Yeah.
is in it. Oh no, it wasn't Tony Collette. No, it was what the fuck is her name? Naomi Watts. And basically they're on a
Ooh.
family vacation and they're just hanging out on the beach and they get separated. Tsunami hits. Everything is totally fucked. And it's them trying to survive through the tsunami, and her and the one kid stick together and not knowing if the husband and the other kid is alive, and they end up reuniting and finding each other, and
No,
everybody
it's good.
survived. So it was a really great movie,
Yeah.
and it's awesome that that's based on a true story. But I was thinking about that actually before you said it, about like a tsunami situation would be probably the scariest thing ever.
Yeah. I feel like anything water related would probably be in my like definite like top two. Um, I really don't want to burn to death either. That sucks. But like
Yeah.
drowning and being on fire, like my top two, like this could be the worst thing ever.
Yeah. As far as like large
Yeah.
scale disasters, like, yeah, the water disasters is not good. As far as just like
Yeah,
ways to go
if it's
out,
like a prolonged.
tornado, not down. I'm not down. But that's more of like a pinpointed thing. That's not like a huge, like, apocalyptic event or whatever. I hate all of it. I hate all of it, but
Yeah.
imagining I'm just sitting here in my house right now talking to you, and within 43 seconds, my entire house could be ripped into a million pieces, and I could be flung in the air and land on shrapnel or something. Like, yeah, I'm not into that. I'm not into that at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
And that's why I think like, like an asteroid situation or whatever, like as long as it's something quick, like if it's going to be a fire thing, like I want to be incinerated on contact. Like, I don't want to be like perpetually on
Yeah,
fire.
yeah.
You
So
know what I
like
mean?
Herculaneum, where it burned you so fucking fast that your bones burn so fast.
Right. And you're just like dust all of a sudden.
Yep.
Like you don't even know what hit you, just like
Yep.
boom. Um, but yeah, hi Logan.
Oh, Logan. Hi, buddy. Falling death or drowning. Ooh, a fall.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like
I didn't even think about falling death. Oh my god, that's a
I feel
nightmare.
like any disaster situation where like you are consciously aware that like death is coming, but you're not quite sure when. Like, with something falling from the sky, it's like, okay, that's coming, death is certain, and it's probably just going to be like boom, over. But when you're like drowning, you're like, how long is this going to go on? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
No, no, you're right. You're
terrible.
right. But I think he
Water
was
is
talking
evil.
about actually like falling to your death, not something falling on you, like falling
Yeah, but
off
you
of something.
don't. Yeah, but you kind of don't even know then. Like you're just kind of falling, going, this is gonna either really hurt or
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit it and feel it and then die. Like it's just
I could see myself in a falling scenario, like being like, it's totally fine. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to bounce. It's fine. It's fine. Like, I don't think I would be like, I'm definitely dying right now. Like, I think I would try to make it up in my head why it was going to be fine. And then I would be very wrong. It would be really stressful. It would be totally scary.
and also, yeah, Dusty, your worst case scenario disaster situation is terrifying,
Oh my
and that
God.
sounds awful. And
Yes.
I would love, and that's the thing is like, I would love to go down and see the Titanic wreck in person. Talking about
Oh,
being in the
yeah.
presence of massive historical things would be like crazy, but I don't think I could get over the fear of going down that far in a submarine. I don't think I could actually bring myself to do it. It's like the conversation we had about space. Like I feel the same way about space as I do about open water. It's like so unknown and anything could go wrong for a split second and you're just dead.
Like that. I don't know. Yeah, being in the submarine and having that much water pressure over you, that would make me feel extremely claustrophobic. Space, even though it's a vacuum outside and you're going to die if anything breaches it, I feel like the openness of it and the fact that there's not pressure being put on you in that kind of way, I in my mind would feel more at peace being out in a rocket or space shuttle or the ISS or something like that. I think I would feel uneasy, but I would be
Yeah.
more easy than being in a submarine going down to those depths. Oh my god. It sounds
Hey,
terrible.
Yager
Oh, Yager. Oh, what's
and
up,
Elrod.
dude? Oh, Brent. That's awesome. That is one of Dusty's best friends from Texas. Elrod
Oh,
Music.
sweet.
Actually, Brent is a streamer as well. So I highly recommend any of you guys, you should follow Elrod
Oh,
Music. He is fucking fantastic. He's a super creative, funny dude. So that's awesome. Yay, this is nice. I'm glad we got a nice little group of peeps in here listening to our rambling right now.
yeah.
Uh, hiking
We're
the
just kind of at this point, we're just kind of doing what we do best and just going from one topic to the next to the next to the next as we go.
which is so great. It's great because you never know what's gonna happen next. Yeah, we were talking about history, and now we're talking about death scenarios. Good ones,
Yeah.
bad ones, whatever. Bottom, yeah, the
Yeah.
ocean. Yep. Oh, you were just talking about how terrifying the bottom of the ocean is? That's so funny. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Topic of conversation. And yeah, lady, for sure, dude. I wouldn't want to do, I don't know. I'm not down. And you know what the saddest part about that is for me personally? My favorite creatures on the whole planet are bioluminescent deep sea creatures. They're my favorite creatures. I think they're little fucking glowing ass aliens at the bottom of the sea. And there's so many different kinds, and there's so many we haven't even seen yet. And it's so awesome. But I will never go see them in person. I will never make it.
Yeah. Yep.
Never.
And like I really enjoy like one of my favorite things to watch if I'm just like, cleaning the house or whatever. I'm not really like paying attention to it. I just like have it on for whatever reason. I love Blue Planet.
Oh, me
So
too.
I love learning about the ocean and I like looking at it from afar or like on TV or whatever, but like I don't want to go in it. It's like they have those deep sea diving pools
Yeah.
that are like indoors and it's totally contained and there's no things in it or whatever, but it's people that like free dive. And they have like little obstacle courses underwater and like all this stuff and it's like that seems super fun except for when it gets really super deep and I'm like
No.
no.
Uh-uh.
Like even like watching like Olympic diving, like I would never do that because the pool's too deep.
Well, that's a
It's
double
like,
whammy for me. It's too deep and you're falling so far. What the
great,
fuck?
there you go.
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm
Mm-mm.
saying. And there's people that free dive in like deep caverns and stuff in the actual ocean. I'm like, you don't know what's living in there, man. Like, what if what if Nessie moved and you're just like face to face with this, you know?
That's what you're worried about in caves is Nessie.
Well, no, not so much. Like, well, and this is the dumbest thing. Ready? Ready? Curveball. Somebody who's like terrified of deep water, but my favorite cryptid is the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah.
Favorite.
Why is it your
I love
favorite?
Nessie so
Tell
much.
me. Tell
I
me.
want to have
Tell
her.
me about the love story between you and Nessie and how it began.
I don't know exactly um how it started necessarily. Necessarily. But when, when I was younger, um RJ and I were like super obsessed with the Loch Ness monster. And I like I said, I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it started or what, you know, triggered it. But we one day like travel planned this entire trip to Loch Ness and we looked up all this gear and we looked up all this stuff. We did all this research and it was just so fun. Like we just had such a great time talking about it and doing all this stuff. And I was like, one day we're gonna go there, we're gonna find Nessie, and we're gonna prove that she's real, and it's gonna be awesome. But obviously, we never did.
You
But
never went.
someday,
You've
like,
got to
but I don't know. But ever
go.
since then, I know. But ever since then, like, I've seen like same thing with the Titanic. Like, obsessed with the Titanic. Never want to go in the ocean, but obsessed with the Titanic. Never want to go in super deep water where Nessie could potentially live.
Right.
Love Nessie though. Would love to meet her. But um, yeah, but I've seen like tons of documentaries, read tons of books on Loch Ness and all the lore and all the stories of sightings and all this stuff and the surgeon's photo and all that. But yeah,
It's
I
so
don't know. I don't know
interesting.
how it started, but just love her.
That's so
Just love her.
fun. I think I had told you before too that when I went and did the boat tour on Loch Ness that I had to sign off that if any photos that I got actually proved Nessie that they were entitled to like certain percentage of the profits or whatever, like I was signing my rights away on that boat.
Right. If you happen to sell this picture and you're
Yes.
like, I just really want it for me, but okay.
Yeah, but they're like, we get 30% or whatever. I'm like, that's fine. You can totally have it. I wouldn't have got it if I wasn't on your boat, but I just thought it was so funny, which I don't know if it was them just trying to be like, oh, you might really see it, make it more fun, or if they were like, nah, dude, we're serious. Like, if
Yeah, like
you
if you see
see
this
it,
thing, like you have to tell us.
totally. I was scanning all night too, or the whole time I was all
Oh
like,
man.
Oh, good night, JT, you little sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming
JT.
in and hanging out with us. You are the best. Oh, but yeah, I was
Yeah,
looking.
and I agree with Logan. Probably a little bit of both. Like they want to hype it up a little bit, but also like just on the off chance that you see something massive,
You never
you have to tell us.
know. You never fucking know. I mean, you've got these caverns underneath the earth, and who knows what can be
Yeah.
down there. And it's interesting because where Loch Ness is, it's basically like in between two tectonic plates. So it's really, really, really deep over there. Now, there's not necessarily an outlet to the ocean that they know about at this point, but it doesn't mean that there's not some subterranean caves or something where things could come and go. I have no fucking idea, but I think it's an awesome possibility that what if this area has been able to support these creatures living and they're smart enough to stay the fuck away from people.
Hmm.
Same thing
Yeah.
with Bigfoot. Like, I definitely entertain the possibility that there are Bigfoots out there. Why haven't we found them? All of the stuff because they know we're a bunch of dicks and we're just gonna fuck with them, so they stay away. There's enough wilderness where they can stay away from us if they're
Sure.
wise.
Yeah, and I will say this: I um have some friends up in like the Oregon area. They work at like a ski lodge type place, and like really logical people. And they took this. They bought out this ski lodge place, and they spruced it up and everything. And there was all this Bigfoot legend stuff, and they're like, okay, yeah, Bigfoot, yeah, okay, whatever brings people in, right? And one of them was like, I gotta tell you, like, I wasn't super keen on it when we first got there, but I've seen some things that I can't explain that
Mm.
go hand in hand with all these stories. He's like, I don't want to necessarily say definitely for sure, but there's something that I was not prepared for.
Something.
You can hear it. Like, it's not any sort of animal. Like, we've got elk and deer and whatever, but it's not that. It's something else. And I'm like, ooh, okay. I'm like, if you're saying that,
Yeah.
there definitely has to be something out there for
Something.
sure.
I mean, for us to be like, we are humans and we know everything. And, I know every single creature that exists out in this forest. You don't. And I know they're big, big in size, so it's harder to hide. But if they bury their dead or something like that, then we wouldn't be able to just find them as easily. Like, I don't know. I can't
Yeah.
discredit the possibilities out there. And there's so many strange things that people have reported and seen and recorded. And nowadays, it's funny because everyone's like, we need proof. But then sometimes there is actual, like, what very well could be legitimate proof. But then everybody's like, oh, that's just faked. Oh, you faked
Right.
that Bigfoot footprint. Oh, you faked that video or that audio or whatever. And you know what? I would say it is very possible that the majority of these things are fakes. All it takes is one thing to not be faked. There it is. All it takes is one.
Yeah.
So out of every single like UFO sighting and every single Bigfoot sighting, like I don't know if I could say 100% of them are completely faked and contrived. So I have to leave options open. And I can't sit here and say I have all of the answers, but I think saying that I know for sure that these things don't exist is silly. And I think saying for sure that any of these things exist is equally as silly too. But I'm leaning in
Yeah,
those directions. I think there's a lot more than we can understand.
absolutely.
My
I don't know what is a
C
is that C
notes?
note?
No, I don't
I
know
don't know
about the
what that
C
is.
notes. Oh, that sounds interesting. I will say my favorite, though, my very favorite cryptid is the Mothman. I
Mothman.
love the Mothman. It's so interesting because there's so many questions about Mothman. There's so many questions. And that is like, it's not even just something that you see, like people see remnants of all the time. It's like very specific circumstances where it shows itself. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
The blue holes. Got it. Yep, yep, yep. Sorry, I forgot that that's
Yeah.
what they were called.
I just had to Google it real quick. So I'm like, what is this? Man, it's so pretty and it's so clear like I might, I don't know, I might be compelled to. The thing about the ocean specifically and like mucky water is I can't see in it, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
When Chris and I went on a cruise years ago, we went to the Cayman Islands, and Cayman Islands was like a postcard. It's like a picture of a, you know, beautiful crystal clear blue. You can see all the way to the bottom in any direction kind of water. And I feel like I would be okay with that.
Okay.
But I'm not cool with like my feet just like dangling there and God only knows what's coming up. Like, that freaks me out.
It's more the
Um,
dark water or murky water, the mystery.
yeah, definitely. But if it's like super clear and you can like see something coming for miles, like, okay, I think I could be okay with that.
I think you'd like the
Yeah, like
Mediterranean beaches, like on Crete especially. The the Mediterranean, there's not really waves, so it's really calm. It's very clear. There's sandbars go out really far. So like in California, like you walk like 7 feet and then all of a sudden you're like you can barely reach the bottom. This is like far out and it's clear and there's just sand underneath you. You can see anything coming and the water's nice and warm because it's all shallow sandbar. Like I feel like you might enjoy that kind of experience similar to what you had at the Cayman Islands where it's like peaceful ocean experience as opposed to like deep dark scary, like even in San Diego, like that shit is like stressful sometimes. It was stressful. I used to live on the beach and I didn't go swimming in the beach for a while because I was like, I don't know, man, I'm from Florida and this is like a whole different thing. And I finally started going in and was like, okay, I dig it, but there's like hazards. You've got the riptides you have to worry about. The waves can be like pretty intense, man. I'm really short, so I can't reach the bottom very far out at all. And like I feel like it's like stressful. But in the Mediterranean, just like on my knees, just like la la la, like all calm. Like this is fucking great. This is the ocean experience that I've wanted.
yeah,
But yeah, it,
yeah,
it is it's kind of stressful, especially those riptides, man. I've never been stuck in one of those, but I've heard some horrible stories. And I don't ever
yeah.
want to be stuck in one of those. Oh my god. But yeah, Greece
And
is
I think
great.
like as we're talking about like different things about the ocean, and you know, I wasn't really sure what that stemmed from exactly, because I don't remember, like I didn't have like a tragic experience or anything in an ocean or whatever, but thinking about it, when I was a kid, my grandparents and my brother and my aunt and uncle went to the beach in California. And my uncle is like a surfer. And he told me, he was like, be really careful when you walk out there because there's these like suction pits and it'll suck you down. And so I just like didn't go in. And I don't know, like that's like the only thing I could think of where I was like, what? Like, what do you mean it'll suck you in? Like, I can swim, but like that's scary, you know?
I don't
So
like I
that
don't
just
like
sounds
I don't like
awful.
suction pits
You're
one
sick.
bit. I don't like that.
Like,
I don't blame you for
yeah,
not going in. Fuck that shit, dude. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. I
yeah,
like safe and calm, honestly. I really just prefer not having to worry. Even in Hawaii, they're like, don't turn your back on the ocean. Whatever you do, tourists die all the time. Don't turn your back on the ocean. I'm all like, I just want to swim in the ocean. Now I'm terrified of the ocean right now. And I'm not terrified of the ocean, but I'm terrified of being at the beach and just enjoying myself and having a fucking rogue wave, big sneaker wave or something come and just snatch you out to sea. It's
yeah,
very uncomfortable
yeah,
imagining what that would be
yeah.
like.
And I'm not so much afraid of like the water itself necessarily, just like what's in it,
Even Lady
you
just said
know?
when she went snorkeling, she thought she would do all right, but there was so many things like swimming around that she like had a hard time getting in because there's like weird stuff. And
Yeah. My grandfather told me the story once. Him and uh, a girlfriend that he had went to Cancun, and they went snorkeling and they're having a great time. And, he like was, had his face in the water and he's looking around at all the little fish and stuff. And he like gets up out of the water and his girlfriend is like running towards the beach. And he's like, what the hell's her problem? And he puts his face back down in the water. There's like a barracuda.
Ah!
And I'm like, nope, 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 because it just like came out of nowhere. And I'm like, see, that's what
I encountered
like
a barracuda while I was fucking snorkeling. I had that happen. And they were like, do a buddy system or whatever. And me and my buddy, like, we were like close-ish, but we were like, doing our own things or whatever. And I saw this barracuda and I was like, oh. And I like looked to go find my buddy to be like, buddy, there's a fucking barracuda. And my buddy wasn't around. And I was like, oh my God, it's just me and the barracuda. It's me and the barracuda. Barracuda, Sarah, is a long, skinny Caribbean tropical fish that has razory teeth. And they're not necessarily like piranhas. They're not going to try to just eat you, but like they could fuck you up. Like they could definitely fuck you up. So it's not an optimal situation to come into contact with something that has the ability to get scared or something and try to attack you.
Yeah. It's like at that point, Sammy's like getting up. Oh, I lost my buddy. Okay, I have to make this barracuda my buddy right now.
Dude, I like panicked for a second. I was like, okay, barracuda, okay, all right, we're gonna handle this. And then I was like, I am alone. I am alone with this barracuda. And I very like fast swam out of there. And I was like, okay, we're good, we're good. And I've done a booze cruise before when I was in where the fuck was I? Bahamas. And it was like a coral reef. So there was like little fish and corals and stuff. And that was fine. I was like, okay, there's creatures, there's things, but it's shallow and it's just little cute tropical fish. Like I'm okay snorkeling in this environment. But then when I was in Costa Rica, I was snorkeling. We were staying at this really cool hostel and they had snorkeling gear you could rent and it was right on the beach. So I'm snorkeling and I'm like, wow, this is so cool. Like look at all these tropical fish. It's fucking magical. There's a coral reef right there, like in Costa Rica. Totally cool as fuck. And I see a bunch of sea urchins and there's like a lot of sea urchins. And then there's like the most sea urchins ever. They blanketed the floor. There were purple fucking sea urchins. And as I'm swimming around, the current's kind of pushing you around a little bit. And it's shallow. And it's getting shallower and shallower because the reef was rising. And I wasn't very far from the shore, but I'm going. And it's getting shallower and shallower. And all of these sea urchins were like so fucking close to me. I don't know if these are poisonous. Some of them are poisonous. Sometimes they're not poisonous. I don't know. I don't want to try to find out the hard way. And right? I panicked and I made a choice, which in hindsight, I probably should have made a different choice. Although thankfully it worked out okay. I was wearing my flippers and I just like stood up. I stood up. I couldn't handle the fact that they were that close to my face. And it was like, I thought they were going to scrape up against my chest and shit like that. And I stood up.
Yeah.
So I stood on sea creatures on a coral reef. I apologize to all the sea creatures. But also, those spines could have gone right through my fucking flipper.
Yeah.
In a second. But I didn't know what else to do.
Yeah.
I did not know what other choice that I had in that moment than to reassess the fucking situation. And I stood up.
Yeah.
And that was fucked up because I was like, okay, there's too many of these creatures. And they all have spikes that are trying to get me right now. It was not good.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, like specifically with like, diving or snorkeling or whatever is, like we have a friend who regularly scuba dives. Like every couple weeks he's somewhere scuba diving.
Really?
And he loves it and he's really great at it. And, he's trying to tell us like the whole thing. And we're like, well, I don't know. And he was like, oh, it's so much fun, you guys. It's so great. We should go sometime. It's awesome. And I'm like, I just don't think I would do well. He was like, no, he's like, once you're in the water, he's like, just be calm and it's fine. And I'm like, that's the thing. I don't know like I'm already going to be nervous just being in the water. Like if something comes up to me, I'm gonna panic. And I already know that. Like there's no calm. There is no calm. And it doesn't matter if it's a fish this big or if it's a freaking whale. Like if going back to the whole disaster scenario thing, like if I saw a whale in my line of sight and I'm in the water with it, I would just probably just have a heart attack and die. Just being like so freaked out by this massive thing coming out of the darkness, just like, I don't even know. I don't know what I would do.
What if it was a beluga whale? Because you love beluga whales. Would that soften the blow? And they're smaller?
I think it would soften the blow, but I would still be really freaked out just like at the size of it. Like I've seen a beluga whale at the zoo, and they're not like super huge. We're not talking like, blue whale status or anything, but
They're still pretty big.
it's still bigger than me, and I'm still in its house, and it can swim better than me.
Yes. Yes.
And that like freaks me out. So it's just like,
It's funny that your favorite
love
creatures
faces.
are water creatures, though. Belugas and manatees. So with your manatees, would you swim with manatees?
I would probably swim with
You would?
manatees because they usually live in predominantly shallow waters. They're not like ocean creatures. So I feel like that would be okay, and just be like chilling with some manatees.
Okay.
No, that's cool.
My dad got to
They
swim
don't
with
really have any
manatees
big
last year.
predators.
My dad took photos of him swimming with the manatees.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
I know. I would love to
Yeah.
do it. Okay, but that's cool. So you would trust them because you know that they're super peaceful and because it's not in an ocean,
Right.
controlled environment,
Yeah.
Blue Spring,
Yeah.
whatever. Okay, okay.
I think I could do that. I think I could do that. But that's where I draw the line.
The story about the
That's where my water
guy
activity draw the line.
getting stuck in the whale's mouth when he was boating, remember?
Yeah, dude. Oh my God.
I was like, I
So
can't
the
wait to
whole
tell the
thing-
story because Roxy's going to die on the podcast. I was like so excited to see your reaction.
So yeah, like that whole thing, like 'cause you hear all this stuff. You can't even fit in a whale's mouth. They can't eat you. They can't swallow you. Blah blah blah. And then this guy is like the most unlucky dude on planet Earth when it comes to like animal encounters, and gets almost eaten by a whale. And they're like, well, they would have spit him out. Like he wouldn't have been able to like be eaten. I'm like, but the whale's mouth is huge, and he could hold him for a while.
Yeah, you just
Like,
drown in his mouth.
and exactly. And I'm just like, that's the thing. Is they're so big, like they won't even know. They're just like, oh, this is a weird thing. Like, okay, how come it won't go down? That's weird. And by the time it figures out, like, oh, hey, not food, like
Then
you
it's
could be
spitting
you
out
could
your
be
dead, lifeless body out of its giant whale mouth.
Oh my God, that guy almost got Jonah straight up.
Dude. I would start karate chopping the inside of a whale's mouth so fast. Do they have uvulas? Because I'd be like, bah, 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 on a whale uvula. I'd do it. I would 100%.
Just like because I have seen you in person, and because you're such a small individual, just like the thought of you being in a whale's mouth going is just like hilarious to me. It's so
Tiny but mighty. I'm in there.
I know. It's like the vision in my head was just like too much.
That's
That was
so
hilarious.
fun.
But yeah,
It's
that's so cool that your fight or flight would kick in and you would choose fight, because I would, I would die from panic.
I would
just
have
be like, "This is it."
to. I would have to. Like, I feel like if I was ever put in a situation where imminent death was possible, I feel like I would do anything in my power to survive. Like, I don't know. I've never been in a crazy situation, but I don't think that I would be the type of person to clam up. I might have a moment where I would like freeze and assess very quickly, but I feel like I would go into fight mode. I don't
Yeah.
know.
And that's cool. That's cool that you like know that about yourself, because like for me, it depends on the situation. If it's like a intense situation like on land where danger is imminent or whatever, I think I would kick into fight mode. But when it comes to like being out of my element in water in whatever, that I would just like not know what to do. Just be like, oh man, this thing's coming at me. It definitely has more agility in this realm than I do. Like, this is not okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
That's how I'd feel with tornadoes. I think if tornadoes happened, if I was legitimately in the path of a tornado, I think I would probably fail really hard because I would be looking at it and I would just be like in awe of the situation, but I think that I would freeze and I don't know. I mean, you can't fight a tornado, so it's like fight or flight. You can't really fight it, but I don't know if I would be able to like make the best rational choices in that moment because I would be freaking out. I would be besides myself. That fear, like just the feeling of like imagining what it would be like to have a tornado like coming at you like that, coming at your house, like I don't even know how I'd handle that. It would be
Yeah.
horrible. I would probably be a crying mess, and there would be a lot of
Yeah.
expletives coming out. Yeah, well,
So many expletives.
I know.
Well,
Yeah.
I've heard from a lot of people that aside from like the devastation post tornado, people that have actually been near them or in them that have survived said the worst thing about a tornado is the sound
Yes.
because it's just like ripping wood and metal and glass and just chaos and then silence.
Oh
And
my
it's like,
God.
holy crap, like what just happened?
I don't.
You know,
How do you
and
come back from that? How
that's
are
like a
you not
real human
traumatized for
thing.
life after going through something like that?
Yeah,
I watch all the tornado
totally.
shows and stuff too. Like I love watching those shows from a safe distance. I mean, I've told you the story about with Justin when he told me that he saw a funnel cloud and fucked with me, and I immediately burst into tears, and I will never forgive him, and he doesn't even remember it happening. Motherfucker. So I was like, seriously, that's like a serious fear for me. Like some things I feel uncomfortable about, but like that's like a something deep is in there that really
Yeah.
like gives me the fear. And then when people fuck with
So then
you,
your worst case scenario disaster situation is getting sucked up into a tornado.
yes, watching my entire house, or even if it's not my house, watching the establishment that I am present in being ripped away, hearing the noise coming, feeling the suction, and then having everything explode around you, and then being sucked up and thrown somewhere and flying through the air with debris and shit. Yep, yep. That's my
Yeah.
nightmare death scenario right there.
So Joe just put like all of my worst disaster scenario death things in one. Better than the scuba diver who got picked up by a helicopter getting ocean water to fight wildfires. So not only did something come snatch you up out of the water, boom, but then you're probably going to fall to your death because the helicopter is going to let you go with all the water in it. And then if you happen to live, you're going to be dropped on fire. Like there's no
Oh my
winning. There's no
God,
winning
that's
in
so bad. That's all of the things. Oh my
all of it.
God.
The whole thing. That guy is the most unlucky guy ever. Did he live, Joe? Do you know? Like, did did he actually manage to like not have to deal with that?
You're just scuba diving, shot into a fire. Oh
Yeah,
my
like there you are,
God.
swimming, minding your own business.
Oh my fucking God. Maybe sleep in a wingsuit. Oh, oh man. Whatever. Like I feel like I need protection of some sort. But at least I'm in Seattle where we don't have tornadoes. It's extremely rare to have any kind of tornadoes. Although a few months ago we got a warning on our phones. It's all burr 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 at like noon or whatever, and it was like tornado warning in in another county, which was actually the county that Steve Scott lives in. And I'm like, what the fuck tornado warning? This has to be bullshit. This can't be real. Apparently it was not bullshit, but they sent it to everybody in King County accidentally. They accidentally sent this to people. So everybody in King County was like, what the fuck? Everyone's stressing out. And then they were like, oh, sorry, there was a tornado funnel cloud over here, but don't worry about it. Yeah. I was like, oh my God. I'm glad that I realized that it didn't say King County, because if it did, then I would have immediately panicked. Immediately. But
Yeah. Good night, Uncle Scar.
good night, my dear. Thank you for coming. Yes, I hope you feel better too. Okay, so no died? No, died. Is it no, he died, or no died? Most every bone broken in scuba gear in the middle of a former wildfire. They pieced it together. Wow.
Oof.
Oh. Oh, Lord. They just found him. Oh, man. Oh, that sucks so bad, dude. Oh, my God. I've never
Dude,
even
can you
heard of
imagine
that.
like having to like relay that though? Like, okay, so we found your loved one who's been missing, and we determined that he was scuba diving, and the firefighter helicopter scooped him up out of the water and flung him on top of a fire.
What are the
About
odds
that.
of that
Like,
happening to a person?
like, how do you even like tell other people like we're having a memorial for Bill or whatever because this is what happened? People are just like, wait, what now? What happened? It's like how like it takes a minute to like
What?
process that before you can even be sad about it. Just like, okay, but roll that back again. Sorry, he was scuba diving and then what happened? Like, yeah.
That's that's one of the craziest, most undesirable scenarios I've ever heard of.
So like I said, that guy did all the things, like all the fears, boom, right there. Water, falling, fire.
Shot out and then falling into a fire. Wow.
Yeah.
You win that one.
It's like yeah, it's like karma had it out for you so hard
Yeah, what did that guy
that it just was
do?
like, man, I don't know. I hope something horrible because if that guy was just like an innocent dude that just like fell on some really bad luck, that's like the worst luck. Like,
It is.
the
It
worst.
is. That's horrid. Oh my God. Okay, Sarah's story. When I was 10, me and my parents went to Blackpool Zoo, and a kid, when ADHD, managed to smash a glass door with King Cobra, and I was behind him. The snake escaped from the enclosure, but luckily enough, my dad grabbed me quickly and pressed the emergency button to capture the snake. Holy shit.
Whoa,
That
that's
is a
crazy.
crazy story. A king cobra, too.
Yikes.
Damn. Smashing. Oh my God. That kid. See, this is why you
That's
don't let kids bang on glass. You don't let kids bang on things. Why do people let their kids bang on shit? Left and right, just banging away everywhere. Oh, they're just a kid. It's fine. It's not. It's a king cobra. You don't fuck with it.
yeah.
That's nuts, dude.
Ooh.
It's super scary. But there's people that like are like snake charmers and stuff like that, and are able to charm the cobras, which I find very interesting. Like, how do you find out that that's a job you can do? Like, how do you learn about that? I have questions about snake charmers. Like, if you fuck up, you
I just
die.
yeah, like I just don't even know I'm not really sure about the desire to want to learn how to do that. Just like I don't know. Although I will say it sounds like something that maybe Tavia's dad would do.
You know what? He might also be a snake charmer. You're all right. I know that guy does everything. Oh my God, it's so funny. But, I'm sure
Is it
cultural.
dangerous?
Yeah, I'm into it. Let's do it. Let's charm some snakes. Um, okay, that's fair. He was having an ADHD flare up. That's fair. Gotta be mindful though of glass enclosures.
The space.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But
That
yeah,
could
I
have
don't
been
know.
a much bigger
Culturally, it's
mess.
got to be cultural where like people are like my grandfather's grandfather. We were all snake charmers, so I'm learning how to do it. But it's just so interesting. People that have these dangerous professions with these animals, but they're able to be so like peaceful with them. Like the bee lady. I just posted something on Facebook yesterday or
Oh,
today.
I love the bee
She's
lady.
just scooping up bees and putting them in their new house. How cool is that? They loved her. I would be
Yeah.
fucked. I would be so nervous. Like they would smell my fear and they would not enjoy my company, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, it's like so RJ and Jordan, uh they have a bunch of snakes. They have my little snaky nieces and nephews. And there's one in particular and his name is Banana, and Banana is my buddy. And when they first got him, he was just like a little like corn snake. And he used to curl up in my pocket
Aw.
of my hoodie, and he would just chill in my pocket. And so I went over to their house a few weeks ago, or probably a couple months ago now, and I was like, "Where's my buddy?" He's like, "Oh, here." He's like, and RJ's like, "I'll get him," and he was enormous. I was like, "Holy crap!" He
Really?
got real big, and like I didn't expect him to stay like super tiny forever, but like I was not expecting him to be as big as he was. And
Whoa.
so he was like, "Here you go," and I was like, "Okay, yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine." And I'm like trying not to freak out because I don't want to freak him out because he's already kind of like wiry anyway. And so he just like, wrapped up like normal and like rode around my arm and like went in my pocket. But he was like huge, right?
Wow.
So it was, yeah, but he just like stuck his head in my pocket and like curled up in there for a second.
Yeah,
But it was just
Dusty says
crazy
we
because I was
just
just
met
not,
Banana, and yeah, he's not fitting in your pocket. He says,
yeah.
but they might fit in his Jenko pocket.
Oh,
So
right, okay, so that's right. You met Banana. That's right. That's right.
there's a bunch of snakes. I had a whole bunch of them. That
Yeah.
was a grip. So how long had it
Yeah.
been since you had seen Banana though? How long in between?
Oh, years. It had been a few years for sure.
Got a lot bigger, huh? Oof.
But yeah, he got like a lot bigger. So yeah, so when you guys saw him, like he was, you know, the size he is now, but when the last time I saw him, he was just like, "Doop,"
Oh
you
wow.
know, he was a little guy. And he was only like, as big around as my pinky or whatever. He wasn't super huge. But yeah, when I went over there and saw him again, I was like, "Oh, you're like a big one now." I was
That's
like, "Okay."
crazy.
I'm not super afraid of snakes necessarily, but they do pick up on, your heartbeat and the temperature of your skin and if you're nervous. And I was like trying not to be weird about it because I didn't want to like scare him
Yeah,
and have him do something crazy because he thought I was scared,
totally.
whatever. So I was trying to be like mindful of that. But I was just like, okay, I'm like, we're good, everything's good. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
relax
it's
a
a
little
little
bit.
nerve wracking, especially
Mm-hmm.
snakes just in general, because they're so strong. It's just like solid muscle. And big ones, it's like a whole different ball game. Did I ever tell you the story about the snake that lived in Ocean Beach in San Diego that was in the alley near my house? Did I ever tell you about that?
Like live there?
Yes. Yes. So this is very interesting. So I lived on the main street um, in Ocean Beach. So it's like the thoroughfare or whatever with all the different like restaurants and shops and all of that stuff. And we lived above a shell store. So shell store was 2 stories and the building next door was 1 story. So from my balcony, you could just walk onto the roof of the building next door. No big deal, right? It's totally fine. So we're walking, checking it out when we first moved there, and we look down in between 2 buildings in the alley at ground level. There is a gigantic, probably 18-foot snake in an enclosure,
Holy
a massive, like anaconda size fucking snake. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What is the deal with this snake? Why is there a snake
what the
here?
heck?
Like, you can't see it from the street because, so basically, the owners of there was a jewelry store. Apparently, I found this out because my ex, Greg, went to school with this dude whose parents owned the jewelry store. And he's like, yeah, when I was younger in high school, this dude, he had a snake. He had a python. He's like, and it was like a, whatever, like 3-foot python or something like that. He's like, it's got to be the same snake because his parents own that place and it's probably got too big to have in the house. And they just took
Yeah.
the alley and put up some chicken wire And we're just like,
I
I
just
guess
don't
the
want to do it
snake
in there.
lives here. So I'm like, holy shit. So I'm
Oh,
taking everybody to show them the snake now. And I'm like, do you want to see the biggest fucking snake that you'll probably ever see outside of a zoo? And everyone's like, absolutely. So we go and walk on the thing and look down, and everybody like lost their fucking mind, dude. It was so much bigger than they expected. Because I'm like, it's like 18 feet. And they're like, okay, it's like not 18 feet. And then they're like, that's like 18 feet. I'm like, it is 18, 20 feet. And we were able to figure it out because of how long the area was. Like we kind of like did some math to try to figure out how long is it. Like it was about a 15-foot enclosure, and it was curled around. It couldn't even stretch out fully all the way because it
oh
was so fucking
man.
big. And then I thought maybe he wants chicken nuggets, and I tried to feed him chicken nuggets, which he did not want chicken nuggets at all. But I tried. I had nuggets, and I was like, let's give him a treat, you know? Like snakes don't want chicken nugget
Yeah.
treats. So that's
He's like, this isn't a neighborhood child. What are you trying to feed me, woman? Like,
yeah. Come to find out, we ended up talking to the owners of the shop, and they were like, yeah, we feed it chickens and rabbits. But honestly, it's getting so big that we might have to start doing small goats or deers. And I was like, how are you going to get a small goat or deer into this alley in a highly populated area right now without people knowing? Because it is illegal to have a snake that fucking big. It was
oh,
hiding.
totally. And then, like, oh my God, like the noises that a goat would make. Like, what? They would be like
It
screaming
would
in the alley.
be
Like, what
horrible.
the heck?
Yes.
Dude, the cops would be called like immediately. Dude, just donate that thing to a freaking zoo and let someone else take care of it. Holy
Yeah.
cow.
It was big. And honestly, this thing definitely could have eaten a small child in a very easy scenario.
It
Like
probably did at one point.
honestly, it made me nervous because of thinking about that. Not like I think it's going to try to go eat a child. It was a python. It's not like a aggressive, horrible snake. Although, if it got out and I had had this scenario in my mind, and I actually thought about making a comic book of the scenario of the OB anaconda and what happens if it takes over and starts eating all the hippies. There's a bunch of hippies in the area, and I thought it'd be a funny comic strip that the snake got out and started eating hippies and shit like that. But like if it
Oh
ever
man.
got out accidentally, it would be a full-blown fucking panic emergency because this was so fucking big. And I don't know whatever happened to it. I don't know if it's still there. It was a really long time ago, but they live a long time, so it could be even bigger now. Maybe they donated it to a zoo. I don't fucking know, but it was way too close to me. It lived very close. And, you know, it was ground level. I was on the second floor, so I wasn't like concerned about it like coming into my fucking house or anything, but like just that close
They can totally
proximity.
climb though. Like if I mean they're really strong. So like if it like got up and like could like get to your window like 18 feet, like
I didn't even think about that.
that's
You're right. Oh, Lord.
it totally could have got through there.
It could have. It was just chicken wire. It was chicken wire.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a big snake, man. It's a big fucking snake. But yeah, that was like the biggest one that I'd ever seen. And funny enough, I went to the San Diego Zoo, and their anaconda that they had, like actual anaconda, was smaller than the snake that lived next door to me.
Oh
I
my
was like,
God.
this
No,
is
they were
really
totally
bigger.
feeding it something other than chickens and rabbits,
Right?
dude.
I mean, it was like its waist was
I
like
mean,
my
it had to have been
hips.
pretty pissed off if it was eating something that was not larger. Like how you can't I don't know if you can get enough chickens to do that. Like they only eat, once every couple weeks or whatever, but still like you would need a lot of freaking chickens and I feel like you would hear that or I don't know.
Maybe they broke the
That's
chicken's necks
crazy.
first, but like kind of like with like sometimes you give snakes dead rats. Maybe they kind of
Right, right.
did that so to keep the noise down because it would have been really traumatizing. But yeah, like how many bunnies and how many chickens do you need to give it if it needs like a goat? Ah! It was nuts.
Yeah. A lot.
I wish I had
A
photos
lot.
of it. It was before digital cameras and all that fucking jazz. So I don't even have any photos of it, but I wish that I did because it was fucking so massive, and we were some of the only people that could actually see it, unless you actually were going out the back door of the jewelry store. So I felt like it was like this special secret where I'm like, oh, you could only see it from above, but the people walking down the street have no idea what's actually like in there.
There's
Oh,
an 18-foot snake above your head. That's crazy, dude.
yeah, it
Oof.
is fucking crazy, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, Sarah's talking about
Yeah,
the
Sarah,
guy eaten by the pythons. Man, that shit is crazy.
I remember that.
Yeah.
What a terrible way to go. Like, that's pretty bad.
That would be
like
bad.
yeah, like Natara said, that's a slow death process to be killed like a python. You'd have to stand for like a long time.
Oh my god.
Agreed. You have to be standing still for a long time.
I feel like its muscles would just crush you so fast, though, once you got in there, that it would probably take care of you, kind of.
That's a pretty
I
awful way to
know.
go.
Yeah, that's also another way I don't want to go. I don't want to be eaten by a giant snake.
Yeah.
I will say no thank you on that one. Okay, so out of all of these scenarios that we talked about, the worst death case scenarios, what's a desired death scenario for you?
What's a desired?
Yes. Like, you're going to have to
Like
die.
disaster-wise or just in general?
In general.
Peacefully in my sleep.
Okay. That's good.
Like, I don't want to
Easy.
know that it's happening. And, you know, the only thing that would be a bummer, not for me personally, but just like something that was on my mind. Because I think that most people would probably prefer to go in their sleep just because it's like, you don't even know. But it would just suck for whoever found you the next morning. Like, it would be really crappy for them.
Yeah.
You know? Which sucks. But, like, from a personal standpoint, like, yeah. Just like, everything's fine. You're having a dream, and the next thing you know, you, like, you know, if you wake up wherever your afterlife place is or whatever, and it's just like, oh, okay.
But how would
happened, I
you know
guess.
the difference? What if you thought you were perpetually stuck in a dream the whole time? What if the act of knowing that you're about to die gives you the ability to move forward peacefully and realize what's actually happening beneficially? 'Cause I've thought about that.
Potentially.
As easy as it sounds, like just like going to sleep and not waking up, that sounds like the path of least resistance, and I totally feel you. It's the less traumatic, less scary, but I kind of want to know that it's coming in that moment. I kind of want to be like, all right, this shit's happening. Let's do
This
it,
is it.
you know? And then, because I wouldn't want to think I was stuck in a dream. It'd be scary.
Yeah. Well, I know that some people too have the theory that the reason that there are, you know, potentially spirits that roam about is because they die suddenly or tragically, but that some people pass so suddenly they don't even know they're dead.
Yeah.
Or they do that kind of thing where like they go to sleep and they wake up and they're like, oh, this is great. And they're like, how come, something's different? I don't know. You know, and they just kind of like
Yeah.
mosey about.
I think it
For a
would be
while.
weird because you actually coming to terms with the fact that you died, but not having any kind of like understanding about that or any kind of reference point. Like, I feel like it would be confusing and maybe harder to move on.
Right.
I think, and you know, people even in car accidents and shit like that, they're there 1 minute and lights out. Like, I feel like a lot of scenarios like that could result in people kind of being stuck and trapped around here because they're like, I don't know what happened. I must be dreaming. It's like, you're not dreaming. You're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead as fuck. It'd be weird.
Big difference.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's actually cool. Speaking of death, next Wednesday, we're going to be doing an interview with Joe Cunningham here. And Tavia, we all took a class recently through Atlas Obscura called The Art of Death. And it was super, super interesting. And we learned a lot of cool things. And it was a good discussion. So next week is going to be, well, I think some of these topics will probably resurface. And we'll see what everybody's thoughts are on that. But somehow we just end up talking about death a lot. I think it's a very fascinating thing for sure. But it's interesting to find out what are people's biggest fears and what is the worst possible scenario and what's the best.
Yeah.
So hopefully not being eaten by a snake or being sucked out of the ocean and thrown into a fire. That's what we've learned today.
That is really the worst. Like, that is the worst way.
Oh my
You
god.
know, like I said, I really hope that guy did something absolutely despicable that made him deserve that kind of a go, but man, that sucks, like,
That's
regardless,
so
really.
bad. Oh my god. I'm just trying to imagine what that situation would be like. Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's horrible. But
it's
it's
horrible.
kind of funny, like the odds of that happening. That'll probably never happen ever again to anybody. The only person that
Yeah.
that scenario has ever happened to in the existence of man. So, do you have a favorite spooky story that you want to share? Is there anything that you can think of that is something spooky, a haunted place that you've been to that you think was interesting? Or a ghost
I
story
can't,
that you
I
heard?
can't particularly put my finger on any uh certain story that comes to mind necessarily. Um, yeah, I don't know. I know we kind of touched on this a little bit when you interviewed RJ because he remembered a lot of spooky stuff that happened um in our like when we were growing up and stuff that I just like didn't remember, but I was such a scaredy cat back then that I think I just blocked a lot of it out because it like freaked me out so much that I just didn't want to think about it anymore. And so like yeah, I don't have a whole lot of necessarily like terribly spooky things, but I will say we were talking about the mob museum earlier, and I am totally convinced that the courtroom bathroom is haunted in some way or another. It's very weird. It's a very strange feeling in there, which is dumb because it's just a bathroom, but it's part of the original courthouse building, and that's where like the mob trials happened and stuff like that. But for some reason, that particular women's
Interesting.
restroom is just like very cold, very quiet, and just like heavy feeling. It's very
I
strange.
wonder if there was a crime or something in there. Crime of passion or something
It
in
could
the
have been.
bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you ask
If it
anybody
was
about it
somebody.
when you were there?
No, I didn't, and I really I feel like I should because that's always really stuck with me when the mob museum comes up is like, oh yeah, the courtroom bathroom's haunted. Uh, but it was like it
That's
was such
weird.
a feeling that like when I was washing my hands, like I didn't want to look in the mirror.
Ooh.
Like it was just like that kind of feeling. Like if I looked up, so somebody was going to be in there. It was very yeah. So it was just
So, bathrooms
strange.
and ticket booths, because the ticket booth of the haunted museum got you twice.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
strange.
Which is weird because like that's not even really part of the tour. That's like not even the scary part. It's just where you get your tickets. But it's like for some reason every time I go in there, I don't know if it's like the size of the room or what. Like I don't know what it is. But yeah, both times I went in to the haunted museum, is like the ticket booth is the first thing that got me. Where it's just like I feel like something's on my head,
Ooh,
like just
weird.
like pushing down. You know,
That's so
yeah,
weird.
that's a weird one.
So, since you haven't
Of all
had
the
like
things,
crazy spooky experiences, but you're interested in it, would you go to notoriously known haunted places?
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like we've been to Alcatraz.
Would you go to really
Al-
scary places though? Like like the fuck it's like Zach Baggins' house that he ended up buying and bulldozing to the ground where people were getting all fucking crazy in there. Like would you go into like a scary situation willingly?
I I don't know. I think I'd have to like ease into it. Like I don't want, a house full of demons to be my first go. But if it was like a an old, I don't know, abandoned hospital or something. Like I'm not a fan of hospitals to begin with, but just like as an example, or like a asylum or old boarding school or whatever, kind of thing. I think I would do that because it's like mostly just like spirit activity,
Yeah.
not so much like evil
Yes, yes,
demons
yes.
come out and claw your face off. Like, that's kind of more of a maybe not so much. But
I feel you on that.
I would go to
I
a
agree. Actually, when you guys come out, if you want to, there is an abandoned mental asylum that is like maybe an hour and a half away or something like that. And we went there maybe last year, and it was really cool. We couldn't go in the main building, but there was a farm that they made for all of the patients, I guess, to like work the farm. It's good for you to get out and work the farm, and there's all these buildings and they're all abandoned, and it's fucking cool. It's
that's cool.
spooky. I think you might like it. We found a Henry mural there actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a couple, and I was like, no shit, that's awesome. That's so fucking cool. So I think that that would be an enjoyable experience. But okay, so you're down to go into haunted places, but not down to go into like scary evil places. That's good. I think that's very wise.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not like totally down with going in like, oh, the reason that this place is so scary is because it's infested with demons. Like maybe not so much of that.
Yeah, like watching that Demon House show, which any of you guys are interested if you like spooky stuff. Um, it was Zach Baggins, who, as we said, not the biggest fan of in general, but he bought this house that was known to have a lot of really dark, fucked up shit happening, and it didn't go well. It didn't go well at all. And I kept thinking, what the fuck is wrong with him? Why would he buy this house? Why would you go in this house? Why would you even fuck with things in this house? And like, I don't know. I don't understand when people choose to put themselves into those kind of situations. I like going to haunted, spooky places, or like old, abandoned places. But that is like, that's a whole nother level where you're just poking the bear. Don't poke the
Yeah.
bear. I don't like it.
Hmm.
And then what's that place near Vegas that you guys were talking about? Us going to?
Goldfield.
Yes, Goldfield. And that is
Yeah.
also, was that the mining town or was that the asylum? I can't remember.
Yep. No, that's the mining town.
That
Yep.
sounds
Yeah, they
awesome.
yeah, in so there and also Tonopah, but they're kind of far. It's funny because um Chris and I were talking about this when you brought up the geyser. Um it's funny because like there's really like Nevada as a state is like super barren, like wasteland most of the state. There's like Vegas, Reno, like Winnemucca, and like West Wendover, and that's pretty much it. Like
Wow.
everything else is just like cowboy town, but like with
Crazy.
hundreds of miles of desert in between. And so yes, like Goldfield isn't necessarily close, but it's like worth the drive.
That sounds really cool. I love mining towns. I
Yeah,
love like historic towns like that. And it's apparently
yeah.
super spooky and super haunted.
Hmm. But that's pretty much how like everything that's not Vegas, not Reno is. Like it's just like mining town to mining town to mining town to mining town.
I think that's so cool. We went on a mining town trip when I went with Tavia last year. We were like, let's go see all the mining towns in Montana because we'd never even been to Montana before, and there were some really cool ones. There were some really neat ones. I think they're awesome. And actually, me and Dusty just recently went to Garnet Ghost Town, which was really super cool too. That's definitely a very cool spot. I love all the like the history, and then you've got like that little like residual energy from all the stuff that happened in there, and there was like gunfights and people were being crazy. Like there, like life was not easy in these towns back then. They were tough.
Oh
It
no.
was it was dark. People died all the time. There were people were shooting over nothing. Like, oh, you cheated
No,
in this
no.
card game. Done. So a lot of crazy stories come from these places, but I love it. Anybody that is
Yeah.
not from this country, Sarah specifically, if you ever come out here, I would definitely recommend go to the west and go check out some of the cool mining towns. They're really really cool. Have people died in mine shafts?
Oh
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
hundreds, thousands,
Yes,
thousands.
yes. There's been like collapsed mine shafts back in the day. There's been a lot of mining disasters over time, which really sucks. Explosions and stuff like that. Like, but
Collapses.
it's not good. Yep. It's hard work, man. It's really, really hard work. These guys worked
Yeah.
super hard and they were gruff as fuck,
And I
you
think
know?
that kind of goes into the whole, back then the violence and all that, because it was hard work for sometimes little to nothing, really. So what you had is what you had, and if somebody stole it from you, it was like the worst thing they could do was to
Yeah.
steal your hard work. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, because you could mine for months and not find anything. And then all of a sudden you strike gold or silver or copper or something like that, you know? And, but like you said, that stealing, that sucks because people worked really fucking hard. Did you hear the stories about the
Yeah.
girls that used to steal the gold in their hair, where they would put Vaseline in their hair? In the old saloons and stuff like
No.
that, they would put Vaseline in their hair and they would be like, "Oh, wow, you're a miner? That's so cool. Like, show me some of the stuff you found." And they would pull out these gold flakes and show them and be like, "Wow, let me look." And they would keep some on their hands and rub it in their hair. And then they would go and pick them out and they would save them up and would make money off of
Really
it. How shady.
so
It's
bad.
super
But
shady.
that's actually kind of
It's smart. It's super smart. Yeah. Oh, you're in an old mining town. You go, really? Lots of
oh,
mine
okay.
accident tombstones in our cemetery. Ooh. Where are
I
you
bet.
at? Tell me. Where you be? You know, growing up on the East Coast, like we didn't have any of that. Like there was nothing to mine. I lived on a sandbar in Florida. There was like you couldn't mine a damn thing. So like we didn't have any like old timey towns or anything. We didn't have any of that stuff. So it's so neat being on the West. I love the West Coast so much more as far as like historic stuff and like seeing deserts with mining towns. Like it's just so picturesque. It's really cool. It's super, super cool. Sunshine, Colorado. Okay, cool. In the West Hills of Boulder. Awesome. Yeah, I used to live in Fort Collins, Colorado, and there is an awful lot of cool mountainy stuff out there, and a lot of really old mining stuff too. That's cool. I hope you're doing okay as far as the fires go. That looked like a bummer, man. That's
Brutal.
craziness. Yeah, how we just ripped through all these like populated areas and just burned everything up. That's
Yeah.
so
That's like
sad.
that's like one of the things that, it's like I would love to not live in the desert and live where there's trees and stuff like that. But man,
Yeah.
when the fires hit, that's like so, like
Yeah.
you have to have an evac plan, like you have to have stuff packed ready to go pretty much year round just in case. Like you might get, an hour's notice, like you need to leave today, right? Like
Yeah.
yesterday, like right now. And that's kind of crazy because like we don't really have anything like that here. Like we've got flooding, which is pretty prominent for the most part, but you don't have to like leave your house because of it, you know.
No,
We don't really
it's
have any
true. You're right.
natural.
You don't have any like major disasters. It's hot, but you don't have major disasters. And it's crazy because the fire out there in Colorado, like it wasn't even in the forest. It wasn't even a forest fire. It was like a grass fire. Everyone here knows
Yeah.
people who lost everything. There is sadness in a pulling together of the community. Oh my goodness
Oof.
gracious.
Yeah.
Ah, Mystic Marion, you're back. That's awesome. I'm so glad that you're back. Our new
Hello.
friend, Mystic Marion. Woo! We've just been talking about a bunch of different fun stuff tonight. We've been all over the place. Presently, we were talking about mining towns, like old Western mining towns, and our buddy, sometimes I am Yager here, lives near Boulder. So unfortunately, we're talking about the fire that's happening out there right now and how just horrid that is. It's so fucking sad. I mean, there's some big fires that happen in Colorado. I mean, every year there's fires. Oh my goodness. Oh, Human Juke's here too. Danny, what
Hey,
up, buddy? Aw. I think our internet's doing fine. I wonder if it's on your end. It looks good to me. Oh, but I'm really glad that you're here, Danny. Anybody that it does not know, the human juke, you need to follow him right now. The human
Human.
joke. He is truly a human jukebox. He is a very talented fellow. So please go ahead and follow him. But yeah, what a crazy thing that all of a sudden everything just like burst into flames in the middle of December, especially
Yeah.
in December of all times for there to be a fire like that. It was kind of crazy when I lived in Colorado. There was a really big fire. What was the name of the fire? I don't remember. I can't remember off the top of my. Oh, the High Park fire, and it was a really big one. We could see the fire from our apartment building in the foothills,
Ooh.
and we were like far enough away that I was like, okay, I feel like we're remotely safe. But there was ash falling from the sky and everything. Like it was pretty spooky. It was pretty crazy.
No, no, no.
And yes, Sarah, I did see the 147 hours movie. I did see that. That was. Have you seen that, Rox?
Is it the guy that was hiking and got stuck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn.
I kind of like copped the premise of it, and I was like,
Dude, it
eh.
was super, super intense of a movie, man.
Yeah, I'm like, maybe not so much for me.
I like intense, but yeah, it was a pretty rough one, pretty hard to watch. That's why you gotta be
Yeah.
careful. Hiking around, falling in crevasses. Does that happen often in Colorado? Oh, not the arm cutting thing. The fires. They do. The fires do happen, unfortunately, too often out there, in Colorado. It sucks. It's very arid. It's a really arid climate over there. So things just light up, man. And when I lived there, there was massive fires, and then when I left, like every year, I've just been hearing about these massive, massive, massive fires, and it's just so sad that it's happening. It's so destructive, and a lot of it's from lightning strikes. A lot of it is just lightning or somebody tossing a cigarette, being stupid or something like that. It's just so fucking dry out there. It's that it just goes up like a friggin' tinderbox. So what? So as
Yeah.
far as natural disasters, if you had to live in a place that had a natural disaster potential, since you happen to be kind of in a pretty cool zone without it, what would you pick for your natural disaster region? And that's toughy.
I don't know. I feel like it's difficult because I feel like some place that is prone to fires would probably be the best option because you typically have a heads up like, hey, you need to go. Like, but you would potentially lose your entire house and everything you couldn't fit in your car, you know, which sucks. But at least you have warning to like save yourself and your family and your pets if you want, you know.
Yeah.
Um, because like with flooding and things like that, like I think about like hurricanes and things where like you kind of have a heads up depending, but there's times where like you think you're inland enough and then you're just not, and then you're stuck, like so it's kind of difficult, but I think that the living somewhere where it's prone to fires would probably be the best option as far as like personal safety and protection, like being able to get out.
In
um
most cases, yes. There's something like the Paradise fire in California, that whole
yeah,
thing where like, oof, that was so fast
yeah.
and so scary and so horrible. And then
Hmm.
Australia burning up and everything, and these people getting trapped and everything. Like, that sounds really
Yeah,
scary. And the winds can
yeah,
change direction, and it's like, never mind, going this way. Ha 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 ha. Like, that sounds
yeah,
scary. That's an interesting one to choose.
yeah. I mean, because like where we live is like I would say I don't. It's not so much a disaster. Like I said, we have flooding here, but it's not like detrimental. Like it sucks because like you go, oh man, I can't go this way because it's a river. Like, but that's like the worst case scenario. Like it might get high enough to flood people's living rooms, like a few inches. Like you might get your carpet ruined,
Yeah.
you know. it's more of an inconvenience than a tragedy, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
as if that counts, then yeah, where we live now with the flooding is probably the best case scenario because like again, worst possible outcome, your carpet's ruined.
And that is not nearly as bad as, some other people, like the whole New York subways getting flooded and people in their apartments all of a sudden getting flooded out. Like, what the fuck
Hmm.
was that? Nobody saw that coming. That's not a thing that should be
Right,
happening. So
right.
if your guys' flooding isn't that crazy, then I think that's it.
Hmm.
That's a fair thing to take. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just
because we don't
crazy.
have to like worry about
There's
tsunamis or anything. So it's not like a flood like that. It's not like it's going to come up out of the sea and swallow us whole. Like it's just if it rains a lot, we're kind of not prepared for that. Like,
Yeah, I mean, at least it's not going up to the ceiling. Like sometimes in like New Orleans, when they've gotten flooded, they're below sea level, where it's like 8 feet of water.
yeah.
Then you're fucked. Then that's not good. So if it's like you're not in a position where that's gonna happen, then I would take it. Flash floods though, like slot canyons and stuff like that, like Antelope Canyon up in
Hmm.
Arizona, that freaked me out so bad because they were like, listen, there's a risk always of flash floods, even if it doesn't look like it's raining above you, whatever. Like, there's flash floods that have killed people. And there was a tour. They were telling me on this tour, they were like, there was a tour of like school kids and they went through the slot canyon and there was a flash flood. And they're like, you can still see the debris up top where there was like sticks and stuff like that were wedged like super high up. It
Oh
because
man,
it was like such a small little space, it just squeezed it and it was like 30 feet high or something like that.
holy crap!
Yeah,
Yeah,
so flash floods is scary when you don't know where they're coming from, and I bet you that's probably something that you guys have to worry about too. It's not just regular old flooding, it's like scary out of nowhere flooding.
yeah. It's like you're driving along, then all of a sudden you're like boating along. It's like
Yes.
okay, I can nowhere.
That's fucking
Yeah.
crazy, man. I would say though, if I had to choose to live in a natural disaster region, it's funny because two of them I've already lived in. I would say here, I think, which Seattle, for anybody that may not know, I'm in Seattle right now. We don't have extreme weather. We don't really have like big, horrible things on a regular. We do have the potential of a gigantic earthquake at some point. Will it happen in our life? Maybe. Maybe not. It's like almost willing to take the chance of not having it happen rather than dealing with things on a constant basis. But there's also Mount
Yeah.
Rainier, which is a gigantic 14,000 foot stratovolcano. It's chilling right now. It's fine. Like they're watching it, they monitor it, and there's no like you know, uh, need to panic about it. It's chilling right now, but at any point, that could become more of a situation. But that's like it could happen 1,000 years from now. It's fine. It could be an earthquake or a volcano 1,000 years. So I'll take my chances. But my second choice, I guess, is hurricanes in Florida because you can see them coming and you can
Hmm.
fucking leave. Your house might not be there when you get back, but you can
Right.
grab your pets and you can grab your family and you can grab your photos and all that kind of stuff and you can just book
Yeah.
it.
I think my level of uh I think my whole living in a disaster prone region would be based on the ability to be prepared for it. Like preparedness is my number one thing when it comes to that. Like,
Yeah.
can I
Yeah.
get enough notice to get my important things and people and pets together to be like, okay, if my house burns down, gets blown away, gets flooded, can I rebuild and be okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I'd rather survive. I'd rather know that something's coming and being able to survive it. But
Yeah.
but then you've got like the will an earthquake happen in my lifetime? Hopefully not. If it does happen,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
gonna
it's
be
like
fucked.
one of our freeways is a fault line. Like if that thing were to suddenly decide to be like, okay, bye, like I don't even know what would
Why do they
happen.
put the freeway on the fault line?
Well, what's funny is when you drive on it, it does this. And they've dug it up and repaved it and dug it up and repaved it and dug it up and repaved it, trying to get it flat. And finally, the earth scientists had to come out and be like, okay, before you dig this up again, let me explain how science works. So
Oh man,
it's never going to be flat. It's never going to be flat.
that's crazy.
But
move it, put it somewhere else. Jesus, that's crazy.
it is kind
Joe,
of fun to drive
talking
on.
about the Cascade subduction zone and the liquefaction is true. It's true. That is definitely going to be a situation. But thankfully, where I am at, I am far enough away from the shore where that will not affect me personally. Although we are on the side of a hill, my house is like on a hill. So if there was an earthquake, there might be a little slidey scenario, which we already have a plan in this house. If for some reason, if there is an earthquake and we feel it happening, we are running towards the front of the house, which is the one that is on ground level. Because the whole back of the house could totally fall down the fucking hill. And I hope that doesn't happen, because that would really suck. That would suck.
Yeah, because your house is awesome, and that would be just really tragic for so many reasons.
I know, right? All my fun collections, like, no. Yeah.
Save Pokey Brewster.
Totally, dude. Oh man, it would be hard to think about what things that I would have to save if I had a little bit of a warning or whatever. If it was you have 3 minutes, grab anything. That'd be hard.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even imagine living in your place specifically. All right, you've got 2 hours to figure out what you're going to put in your collective vehicles and take out of here.
Yep.
And I'm just being at your place, there's so much cool stuff. I don't even know what I would do. Here, it's my number one is people, pets, gear, photos.
Yep.
Everything else can be replaced. Maybe photos before gear even, but it's just those are my four things.
Yep.
And
those are fair things.
That would be, yeah. But it's with your place, there's so much cool stuff. There's so much cool things. It's all right, you've got 2 hours to move this entire museum.
I know,
figure it out,
dude. Oh.
What? We're going to start with the old stuff.
That's what I was thinking. I think I'd have to start with the antique collection.
Chronologically?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, well, then in that case, I'd have to grab the fossils first. I'd have to grab my fossil collection, because you don't want to lose some of those. Those are fucking epic. But that's a little harder to be able to maneuver around. So some of the smaller fossils probably. Because talk about not being able to replace things. That's one of a kind. But then some of my really cool antiques, the old Victorian photo albums with all the cool photos in them and stuff. There's no way that another one of those exists, That's it. That's the one. But as far as all my 80s toys and everything, I have so many 80s toys, but those are more attainable now, So it would just be hard if I had to figure it out super fast. It would be rough.
Yeah.
I would hate it. I would hate that.
Yeah.
So much if it was okay, only what you can carry. I'd be like, fuck, I can't carry that much. Yeah. Oh, after the cats are out. But then as far as items, and I'm not a materialistic person, but I'm a collector, so I love certain things have a lot of value as far as to me as being part of a collection. It's not even about monetary value. I wouldn't even think about what's worth the most money. I wouldn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bong Pod. Hello, Bong Pod. Welcome. I'm so glad that you popped in. And you also do a podcast. Thank you for liking our setup.
Woo!
It's me and my buddies sitting in a conservatory studio talking about life, basically. That sounds awesome. You've done 112 episodes. Wow. Oh. Did I say bong? I meant to say bog, but I might have said bong. Roxy, what did I say? Did I say bong or bog?
I thought I heard you say bong the first time, but bog the second time.
I might have said bong. Please accept my genuine apology. Bog. That's really cool. What is your platform? Are you here on Twitch? Oh, there you go. Yep, there's the little link popped up. That is awesome. I'm going to follow you right now. Oh, I'm almost following Dusty on accident because I hit the wrong thing. Oh,
There we
actually,
go.
no, it says that's Dusty's. There we go. Okay. For some reason, Stream Elements puts a link to Dusty's thing, which doesn't make any sense at all.
I think Dusty forgot the 2. There we
Oh,
go.
okay. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I'm so glad that you popped in. That's awesome. I will make sure to check your channel out. And did you just stumble upon us randomly? Because we are here randomly. And this here, we have another streamer on right now. This is Roxy Gunn. She is my dear friend and also a fantastic Twitch musician. She is the singer and guitarist of the Roxy Gunn project. So you guys should definitely follow her as well and come be part of the Roxy Gunn project family. We have such a great little Twitch community. It's so awesome. It's so fun. And then
It is wonderful.
Human Juke is somewhere lurking around here too. He's also another fantastic streamer. So, I mean, I think 112 episodes, that's a lot of episodes. That's a lot of work
That is
went
quite
into
a
that. We're on like 40 or something. 41, maybe.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah, when we did our Twitch wrap up for last year, it said that we streamed for 1,000 hours.
whoa.
Yeah,
1,000 hours.
1,000 hours. I was like, holy crap! It was all those 10 and 12 hour streams that we did apparently.
Wow. Good night, Joe. I love you.
Oh, good
I
night,
love you so
Joe.
much. Well, it says
Yeah, sadly, I have to be in Joe's club here in a little bit.
okay. Yeah, we can
Making
wrap it up. But real quick, as far as the bonk pod, it looks like you had 200 and something followers. That's a good amount of followers. I think that's still pretty good.
That's wonderful.
Yes, and now you have an extra follower from me, and I'm sure someone else. I know you haven't stumbled upon.
Yeah,
I'm looking for people who
need
are
to get on.
doing the same thing. Cool. I love it. Well, I'm definitely going to check out your stuff, and I hope that you you follow us too, and you can come pop in, and we can help support each other. Because especially doing podcasts and stuff is not something that I feel like that many people are doing on Twitch right now. So I think it is great, and we've got to support each other. And if you're just sitting around talking about life, it's my jam. That's my favorite stuff.
Yeah,
It's good. And yeah, and we've been doing this for a good few hours. I'm so glad that you were able to come on and do this.
yes.
With
Thank
us
you for having
tonight.
me.
It was so fun. And we have new friends in here tonight. We had some new people. We got Sarah. Thank you for coming in, Sarah. And Mystic Marion being back after popping in on Monday. That was so awesome to see you come back in. That makes me very, very, very happy. So, just so everybody that might be new in here, just so everybody knows, on Monday, we do Weird News of the Week. And it is me and Dusty. Dusty is the co-host, and Roxy is as the mod. So, we have a lot of ridiculous shenanigans going on with weird news. There is a lot of very weird news in this world, and we try to cover as much of it as humanly possible. Like the weird stuff. We're not talking politics and any of that craziness. So we end up talking about a 17-pound potato, perhaps, that was found. Or crazy Guinness World Records. Somebody has the biggest collection of lip balms in the entire world and wants to show us their collection. I want to see it. You know, there's like so much weird news. So we have a lot of fun on Mondays doing weird news. And it's a really like open with the chat, kind of like this, where we're chatting a little bit more with our chat. It's so fun. And then on Wednesdays, we do interviews with various different people, different musicians or artists or scientists, firefighters, radiation specialists, morticians, like a little bit of everything. So it's a lot of fun. So today, this is a little bit different. This isn't necessarily like a traditional interview that we're doing today. It was just like, hey, Roxy, you want to come on and we can just like talk about stuff with people? And she's like, yeah. So this is a more laid back experience today, which is always super fun. So yeah, you should definitely come back around and check that out in the future, and we'll check you guys out. Oh, sorry, I just saw Wales. Yes, I do know where Wales is. I have not been there. yet. But we live in Seattle. I'm in Seattle, Washington, and Roxy lives in Las Vegas, Nevada. Nevada. Sorry, I keep calling it Nevada, and I realize, like, why am I pronouncing it like that? That's not correct. Do you guys hate when people do that too?
Yeah, it's like if you want, yeah, if you want to see somebody from Nevada twitch a little bit, call it Nevada and just what it.
I don't know. For some reason, like it just pops out like that, and then I catch myself, and I'm like, that's not it. My mom used to call Oregon Oregon, and I'm like, my dad did that one too, and I was like, Dad, it's not. It's not Oregon, you know. But like growing up like on the East Coast, like what do we know about Oregon and or Oregon and Nevada, like nobody knows. It's pretty funny. At least we don't live in Washington though.
True.
Washington.
Washington.
It's crazy. But anyway, yes, you are from Wales, and Sarah, who is in the chat too, she also lives in the UK. She is in England. So that's cool. I'm so glad that we got some UK folks. Big fan of the UK in general. So I love making
a big old discussion about the history of the UK and things over there. So
we did. We did. We talked about Burke and Hare. We talked about traveling all through Scotland, and we talked about the British Museum, and we talked just history in general. So it's kind of cool that you popped in. But cool. We will support you. Thank you for coming to support us. But we're about to wrap it up. So I wish you came in a little bit earlier, but we are wrapping it up. But we are going to go over to. Damn it, Fetchbug is done. She was on like 5 minutes ago. It's so funny. Our other favorite streamer who
was that like just when Mystic Marion came in?
Yes, I bet it is. Dang it. So we always try to raid each other. And it's so funny because a lot of times we raid her and she's like, damn it, I was just wrapping up and I was just about to raid her. But that's okay. So who should we raid tonight? We've got...
I don't know if I can try to raid MXC again. I don't know what was going on with that on Monday.
No, that was totally weird, actually. Yeah, and even if we can't raid Fetchbug right now, especially Bogpod, you should totally follow her. She's freaking awesome. She talks about like death, dying, macabre things, crime things, spooky things. She's really fantastic. Let's see. We're gonna browse. If anybody has any suggestions, throw it in the chat right about now. Let's see. I don't know if MXC works. I think that would be awesome.
Okay, let me see if it's gonna work today.
Oh, Chid, you timed yourself out.
Oh no!
Chid, I love you. I'm really glad you were here. I'm so happy that you were here. We appreciate you so much.
So very much.
And I'm thankful for all of you guys. You guys are all super wonderful. Thanks for being a part of the little family. Our old family and new family. So.
Okay, let me see if I can raid MXC real quick.
Okay, let's try it. Which, by the way, if any of you guys have not seen MXC, please, for the love of God, hang on for this raid because this shit is so funny. It's so funny.
It won't let me do it.
What is the deal?
I don't know. I think they have some sort of block on their thing because, like, it's not.
That's so sad.
Very weird.
Damn. Okay. Well, we've got Black Media Presents is going. They do some good music. That could be kind of cool.
Yeah. Mary Amber's on. Jay Muse is on.
Oh, Jay. No, you know what? Mary Amber, she's awesome.
Okay.
Let's do her. I like her a lot. I think she's super cool. So yeah, hang tight. We're gonna check out some cool music. She is Australian, and she is a fucking hoot. She's pretty much like almost Jack Black in an Australian female form. Like, that's probably the best way to describe her. She's super energetic and fun.
So she's nothing like Jack Black is what. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Well, she's just very animated and funny.
And Australian. And, yeah, no, that's funny.
I like her. But yeah, thank you.
No,
Thank
she's
you
great.
for coming on and being a part of this, Rox. I really appreciate it. I'm really glad. It's so
Yeah,
fun.
of course.
So I will check you out,
Yeah.
Bog Pod. I'll check you
Yeah,
out.
Bogpot, thank you so much for coming in.
Did you follow everybody too, Bog Pod? Did you follow Roxy Gun Project? Because you should. I vote yes.
All right.
Okay, are we rating? Is it
The
happening?
raid is think so.
Awesome. All right, you want to click that button, everybody?
Sure. I'll
Goodbye,
click it.
everybody. We'll see you later. Come back again soon. I love you all.
Yeah. Monday at 7:30 Pacific time.
Yes.
Weird news.
Yes. And Wednesday interviews also 7:30 Pacific time.
Yeah.
All right.
Commercial for it later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. Bye.